a good day. I know today will, hopefully that we all learn something, that our values, I know that we're kind of going through a little hiccup right now, but I know that as a nation, we're strong together. And I think this is what, some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today. I know that we have a lot of battles out there with the state, with the feds, taking away our services, freezing our jobs, our IHS jobs. There's a long, next 4 years is going to be a tough one. And I think these are the things that myself and the council need to focus on, how we can protect you and your jobs. This is what we've been doing. I've been doing for the last 5.5 years, as well as helping and protecting, trying to get back that once was ours with our land, creating economic development, creating jobs, so we can be self-sustaining, so we can be that self-governance, that we can be our own self-governance, sovereignty. And these are things, I guess, that we're gonna talk about today. And we have updates on here, and of course, I'll read the agenda to you. But I just wanted to say a few words to the audience, and I want to say miigwech to all of you for coming today. I know that there's stress in the air, and of course, we smoke our sacred items, and we pray, we put our same out, and we do things in good ways, positive ways. We're not here to create, frack, or split us apart. These are things that they've done to us for 500 years. These are things that we should have learned by now not to go down this path. I think it's important that we're all related. Remember that. I want to say miigwech, and I'm glad that you're all here, and a lot of you are my relatives, and I appreciate it. And I want to say miu, and of course I give a same much to Rob, and he can do our opening prayer. Miigwech.
Wow, didn't we mark it? We all, we must go with Gabo, and if you just gonna mark the same day for luck. Here's what you put saying, mark. How can I get money to Manonic? We're winning. To adopt the same one. We meet again, you in the Queen, how basic. Money to not garnish it. As you order to rock in a gable.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, to go. As you Wadam, Chinag. We get win. Wow, when the Buju, we bago cinema, we went into Dapana the same one.
I mean, all the same.
As you want the hard, you should have been. Eji Pimari Wad. Meanwhile, to go, guys, you can know Mawad. Guess it again it. Meanwhile, to go, guess it again it. We get win, wow, Homerson. We bago cinema, we went into Dapana the same one. As you want the hard, you should have been. As you do down the wad. Jaya on. We gave in. Wow, no, you came over Watson to Bago Cinema. We went into Dapana the same one. Is you widow quad and Shanabin, Yabe, Cascade, Pigeon. We're winning. The bum in the zone until Oman became on him. He gave in. Wow, now Jesus. We Bago Cinema. We went into Dapana the same one. Is you go out to good when he came on? When he gave on? Meanwhile, go. We made the gauge, the same one. And it's an we gave in. Oh, a Tigunabi, is you going to win, Mad, Akina. God get the God's origin and the Kiman on him. We gave, we bago cinema, Akino man, the Kiman on him. I got Dejik, God get the God's word. Meanwhile, go. You must show us an on it, us a need. We went into Dapanawa, the same one. Mr. Widdy, the Beacon, we go cinema, how basic. Mr. Baju, we went into Dapana, the same one. Is you gonna win, man? David, question win again. Meanwhile, go. Give me Newman a gunjin and on. We bago cinema, kid. We went, gauge, we do Kaguyang. Met gemeente eu gab ich mine guan. In de geest eu. Benaji Edwin. Minu was go. Minu dabsten in de zoen. Pegas to go gae. Geji will cowboys young. So we're going to win among Akino Ma Gawa Bob gonna cog. Got minu goes young. Minu was go. Geji will cowboy young. We win it. Benjamin among. Eu, and did it fallen. And did not as he win. Mino was to go. Eu, and did way winning on. We go ahead. He does no go. Gonna but gego. Wap is on the gucking. Where he washed no. Ayao basic. Is he mitten in the gazo young? Akina gaji we do cabo young. Even the gay we peji ishnaji tone and yo. Ichina kona gewanan. You go yo. Peji minju made among. No ready on. Meanwhile go. Is it do daddy on? You just know go which you gonna walk me go young. Where they wash wrong, meanwhile go. Oma, Minnesota, were king. He spin. When the man gego, Hogzog there, you want to K on. Hogzog there, you want to get way on. We bugger cinema or Beijing. Now Jesus, we're winning. Go ahead, what's to do? First, I ask our creator, Wayne Buju, grandmother, to accept this tobacco. I've talked to a lot of our helpers, you know, nowadays, straightens things out if we make mistakes, especially when we're holding tobacco. There's also one called Najike Wawasam. One time, long time ago, when animals still talk, he helped us out because they're gonna kind of forget about us, leave us alone, and not support us to live here anymore. But Najike Wawasam kind of, I guess, beseeched them to help us still. And that's how we're still able to live here. I also asked all the helpers we have here help us out too. I asked them to help us to remember some of the gifts we've been given. Respecting each other. Humility. And I asked that we have conversation today that is constructive and solution oriented. And also that we're helped out here in the state of Minnesota and federally. Because we're kind of in a position where, you know, I talked about our big rule. Called Chenak Wanagewan. That's kind of how we refer to the treaties. And we're in a position where it could possibly be abrogated. And I asked for help with that. You, be great.
Very good job. Thank you for those words and that prayer. So, okay, we'll call the meeting to order at 9:32 a.m. Michael, you want to do a roll call, please?
District 1.
Here.
District 2.
Here.
District 3.
Here.
And I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
We have a quorum in which. Next up is review and approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for a discussion on Wabiwan Mashkiki and some of the projects that we're looking at here at the casino as like I've been blocking information. So I would like to get an update at this quarterly meeting. Well,
Wabigon is part of our businesses. They have their independent board. But I mean, we can have a discussion about the proposed addition or remodel of the other areas that we are planning to do. So
Chairman Fairbanks, I-65 says that I have access to all documents and I haven't had access to them. So I don't know what is going on at Wabiwan Mashkiki or the casino.
Andrea?
I already did send a request to the Secretary LaRock, maybe a week or so ago. I don't know what a reasonable time is I can't look back at the meeting minutes.
I guess I would respond to say that Wabigon and our businesses have board meetings and every tribal council member is invited to those board meetings to get all that information themselves. So that's what I want to say.
Is that the same board as the enterprise board? And then they meet and they get double stipends for their meetings?
Chairman, question.
Can you answer that, Chairman?
Well, you can ask the board that. You know Tom Lavoy.
Yeah, I do know Tom Lavoy. His nephews, they got that Optima property management contract. Did we bid that out, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It was RFP, okay. Miigwech, I was just wondering. One more, can we have a discussion regarding your, the approval of the, what was that position that you approved or you had HR make? It was the legal advisor for you?
No, we're not going to add that.
Why not, Mr. Chairman?
Well, what you discuss about it? It's a process.
You violated I-65 by, you violated I-65 by directing the HR director and giving her a job description that was not written or approved by the RBC.
Eugene, you have to read I-65. That's all I'm going to tell you.
I did, and then you had legal interpreted a different way.
No order.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Miigwech.
To approve the agenda.
But the legal has some additions.
Mr. Chairman. I would request to add under new business, health's resolution to submit a grant application for housing.
Are we adding that question for the casino and Wabigon then? No, we're not.
What the seat?
Mr. Chairman, there's a time-sensitive item in the consent agenda that has to be submitted by 11 a.m. Eastern time today. So I'd like to respectfully request if we could consider
We'll move
the
that.
approval.
We'll move that up to the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
George.
Motion to approve
Mr.
the
Chairman, I
agenda.
have one more addition to request. I'm really interested because I follow some of our staff at Wabiwan Mashkiki that we shipped in out of state. And from what they're saying is that we're paying for their housing. They're getting over $100,000s of dollars in wages and $10,000 in bonuses. And I've heard this from our employees too. So if we could just have a brief discussion about that on the agenda, I'd really appreciate it. Miigwech.
Motion to accept the agenda with just the two additions.
What would those two additions be? Can you be more specific?
They just said them.
Well, can you say them? Because I don't know what you're talking about, because there was a lot of
Two
requests
additions.
that came
Say the
forward.
two additions.
So it would be a letter of support regarding Tamarack, and then the grant application resolution approving health to submit for the housing.
That's my motion.
So from my understanding, Wabigon has a board meeting coming up in February. I attended the last meeting, I think or no, not the last one. So have you been attending the meetings, Representative Summers, or have you went to the board to ask them or have any of these discussions yet?
Yes, I have. Actually, our previous board members actually came with me with quite a lot of concerns. And then when I tried getting more information, I was blocked from that information.
So may I ask you who blocked you?
Well, I was trying to exercise my authority in I-65 to review documents. And at first it came with like the tribal IDs, the fraudulent ones being made. I tried to look into it in the DMV and they said that that was protected information and I couldn't see it, I couldn't view it. So I think that's I guess I would say the legal counsel, then that's what they said that blocked me, because Secretary LaRock said he was advised by legal.
What are we talking about?
Have
Bobby gone or
you
what?
sat down and requested a meeting with our legal department to walk through that interpretation yet?
No, I haven't. We sat down at the special meeting that was thrown out there, and there was only one thing or two things on the agenda. I think one thing on the consent agenda and then one thing in executive session. And it was quite odd why I couldn't wait for this meeting because we didn't approve anything on that meeting. So it's just quite odd. But I haven't had the time, and I told you guys that I had to bring my siblings to a boxing tournament in Kansas. And so I don't have time because, I donate so much of my time to the community. So I figured I could make a request to the Secretary Treasurer. I did, and he has not given me that information yet. So,
So I want to clarify that the RBC did not block you.
no, the RBC did block me because that's the policies and procedures. I mean, I-65, we can read it. Anybody that has it can look under district representatives and see what information we can access. And it says, we got all tribal documents. So
did I block you from anything?
I don't think any individual person blocks anybody. I think it's the body of the RBC.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So, because a lot of people are asking me what I'm blocking, and I keep referring that our legal department issued this memo. So I really believe that, sitting down, talking through it, and I said this at the last meeting, that, some attorneys say one thing and others different. And I defer to our legal department if they want to have that conversation internally or out in the open. There is legal, the confidentiality stuff of that. I would request that you go to Wabigun and sit down with them and request the information. I'm unsure, or the board meeting. So I second Secretary LaRock's motion to move on.
Okay, who's all in favor of the motions?
Aye.
Aye.
Silent. You didn't get,
You didn't receive a second on that, so there's a motion on it. She seconded it. She said I motioned for that. Okay. So she seconded it. Henry was silent. LaRock said yes. So like if I say no, what happens then, Chairman? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll approve it.
Oh, you're gonna approve it. Okay. So Representative Fox, are you sure you want to stay silent on this?
No. I mean, go ahead. Finish up.
All right, this time, we're only here for the people, our people here. This is our people. Right. And, if they need time to talk, let them talk. I'm here. I don't have nothing in front of me but our papers today. I don't have nothing that says anything, just what's on Facebook. So we will, I guess I'll change mine to a no then. And then it'll be. Hey, everybody. I'm not one here to take sides. I'm here because of me.
Appreciate that.
For our people. So. That's what no, Mr. Chairman, no.
2-2, break the tie.
I vote in favor of moving forward. Motion approves. Next up is review and approve the meeting minutes for 12/27/24.
Mr. Chairman, is there any more meeting minutes? Is that we're several months behind on meeting minutes?
We're not behind on any approval of minutes. That's all we are. We had some IT difficulties. Most of the minutes, almost all the minutes are online. So that's all I'm gonna answer. We're not behind on approving any minutes. We may be behind on a couple redactions. That's about it. So we let you.
I'm looking at the website right now, and we're several months behind. And I-65 in the Constitution says that you have to have that information readily available for the membership at all times.
Those are in your list of charges there, so we can handle that. And all I gotta say is the truth will prevail.
Okay,
Representative Summer.
Secretary LaRock,
Oh, no, I'm not.
you mentioned the charges, so like, are you gonna read those out for individuals? Because that's your job as a Secretary Treasurer.
Let's go, guys.
I see them, that's all we do. Motion to, for the minute.
Motion by Michael LaRock to approve the meeting minutes for 12/27 and 24.
I would like to request more time to review them. I haven't looked at them yet. And, you know, we're so far behind on the meeting minutes. I'm gonna have to cross-reference what I have in my notes. So I just really need some additional time. Okay, council, be good. Oh, I actually realized something on here. So RBC discussion on hole in the day pipe in executive session. So what I remember from that meeting that you guys don't have written down is that you had all staff leave that executive session meeting, so nobody would be there to take meeting minutes. And then I got really upset and left the meeting. When did you do you guys have it documented when I left the meeting and then when, like, cause none of that's on here. And I don't even know when you guys went into executive session and when you came out and then we went into the special finance meeting. So can you, I don't think I'm even gonna, I mean, I can see so many discrepancies in these meeting minutes right now. So I don't know if you guys want to approve them, you can, but it's gonna be a solid no for me. Be good, you know.
You see the microphone.
Chairman, I got actually a point of order, and I really don't know how we can do this, but we have a non-tribal member standing right there staring us down right here, so I would like him to go back into the crowd, please. If you could oblige me, so. Not you, him.
He's more than some of our enrolled members we have now.
He's a non-tribal member, and I would like him to go back in the crowd, Mr. Chairman.
Are you more than 1%? Your mother was Diane King, right? You're more than 1%.
Mom was enrolled, so I have every right to be here.
Go back in the crowd.
It should be your inherent right.
Do something.
It should be our
Yeah,
inherent
go back in the
right.
crowd.
You don't have the right, just like you didn't have the right to take me out of that meeting 5 years ago.
Do I have any authority in my own district to let our descendants here? Because you guys are sticking up for a lot of our
I'm not telling him to leave. I'm gonna leave, just tell him to go sit in the crowd.
I wasn't looking at you at all.
Point of order. Well, we had a request from Michael LaRock to ask Marty to move back. Council, how do you feel?
No, and I think as a District 2 representative, and since we're in District 2, my decisions should take precedence.
Leave him there.
Okay, do we have a motion Michael motion for the meeting minutes? Do we have a second? You have concerns or you want to table the next meeting?
Okay, so yeah, some of my concerns, so I'm looking in the back here. What did you guys discuss in executive session on Friday? You were in executive session. Because you guys were gonna try to charge me for a fake pipe I bought because you guys don't have anything on me because I did everything by the book. No discussion, okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say no on the meeting minutes.
Okay, motion by Mike to pass the minutes. Do I have a second?
I table it.
You want to table it?
Yep.
Okay, we'll table it. Okay,
Did everybody vote there?
motion to table. Motion by Hank,
Hey, yep.
No.
second by,
I'll second the table it since Representative Summers has concerns about them, to look further review on.
all in favor?
Aye.
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next up, we have the reporting. We have the reports from each of us, and, you know, I guess I go first as chairman, and, you know, some of in the last 4 months, you know, we've been hitting the ground hard when it comes to preparing for this next 4 years with the feds. And I know meeting with MIAC, meeting with the Grand Council, talking about how we're gonna handle this, how we're gonna handle it with CMS, with 4 walls. Many discussions on that. Working with the state agencies, with all of them, pertain to state statute 1065 that we meet with all the commissioners, all 26 of them. They give us updates and we talk about the upcoming year, how we're going to help each other. That was one good thing that comes out of statute 1065 is the consultation. So with that, you know, meeting with DOC, meeting with DHS, meeting with Department of Revenue, all of them, you know, very productive. Also talking about the other thing that we're really engaging in right now, and we're getting close to sign are the cannabis compact. So that's going to be hopefully sooner than later, we'll be able to take our product off reservation and sell it off res, Moorhead and St. Cloud. Also, I have an update on the sports book. White Earth Nation has reached out to Senator Rasmussen to carry a brick and mortar sports book bill. That's not the same as the MIGA, our organization, Minnesota Indian Gaming Association. They'd like to go full online, but we're getting a lot of pushback from a lot of the representation up at the Capitol. So we're going with a brick and mortar model. And also, one of the last things I wanted to talk about was, you know, like us working together. You know, it's crucial that we plan, you know, as RBC members, that we have to be visionaries, innovators, you know, to create things to help our people. You know, this is part of the programming. This is part of us taking care of each other. You know, this is what we do as a RBC. So I'm really glad that, you know, I get to work with a good team, and, you know, and I've always talked good about everyone. I'm not here to create nothing negative. You know, I dance hard for us. I sing hard for us. You know, these are things that was taught to me through my WAS, my teachers. You know, I think this is the important part about, you know, being a part of that circle, you know, is being everything I can do to help. So I really respect that and respect that everyone who showed up today, and that's my report. So big witch, you, Michael around.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a point of order to address one item that's time sensitive that was supposed to be moved up the agenda.
Yes. I apologize.
So the request is from the Natural Resources Department. It's a letter of support for the Fish and Wildlife Service, Native American and Philanthropy funding. Lawyers for Tamarack National Wildlife Refuge is seeking funding from Native Americans in philanthropy to assist in funding for our first annual funding agreement. So I'd like to respectfully request consideration. Miigwech.
Andrea, I'll get a little more detail what it means.
So essentially, Tamarack is seeking $300,000 over the next 2 years for implementation of water management, wild rice management, forestry, and cultural implementation of the visitor services. And so essentially, this would just be indicating the band's support of this funding request from that entity, the Native Americans in philanthropy.
Any discussion, council? Otherwise, I'll be asking for a motion.
Have we supported this in the past?
First time.
Need a motion.
A motion to approve since we are working with Tamarack right now and we're currently in a co-stewardship agreement. So I motion to approve it.
Second.
Second by Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
3-1, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, I need you, Mike LaRock, Secretary Treasurer. My report is going to be, I have copies of my quarterly report up here, and I don't know if that's going to be submitted for the record for Mr. Chairman. I would need you to call for a motion to accept my first quarter report.
I would like to ask a couple questions. You know, we had a lot of membership come up here just to hear your financial report, and I will not accept a report for you to, you're not explaining anything to us. You're not informing membership. You're not being transparent. You're saying that I have this report right here. If you guys want to come see it, come see it.
As a
Let's
member,
put it to a vote.
itemized report with things they actually purchased, not just general account numbers.
You can make that request.
Then as an enrollee, I request that
In writing.
meeting.
In writing.
Oh, so now we can't talk at our own meetings.
No, you can talk, go ahead and talk.
Well, you just told me to write it, so I'm gonna put the mic down.
No, go ahead. I didn't
You're
say to
silencing
talk.
your own people, Mike.
No, I
I'm
did
gonna hand it
not.
back to Representative of District 2.
I did not tell you to silence. I said just put it in writing.
You just did.
That was a formal request. There's many cameras. Seen it happen.
Yeah, they do. I know, I just read.
Tribal courts, it's portal bills and shit like that. Why can't we do it here? You want itemized reports, not general account number. Tribal court.
Make the request and you'll get them.
You're requesting right now. How many other members want itemized reports right now?
Anishinaabe. Hold on here. I'll request it as a tribal council member. What does Anishinaabe want?
Itemized reports with descriptions of actual items and materials by. It shouldn't be just a account number with all the purchases hiding behind it. The people want to see what these departments and programs are actually buying. Who they're paying.
Okay, so Secretary LaRock, are you able to give us updates on an itemized list? Are you able to produce anything of that nature?
Sure.
Oh, you are? Are you able to produce it now?
Nope.
Not now? When would be a reasonable time?
It's reasonable.
What's happening right now?
Well, Secretary LaRock, I made several requests, data requests to you, and I still haven't received anything. It's been over a week.
Reasonable, yep, reasonable time.
What's reasonable?
Chairman.
All right, guys, point of order. Miigwech.
Essentially, because it's the band's information, the RBC would have to vote on releasing anything that's above and beyond what's listed in I-65.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion to approve his report. Like what Michael said, every band member, this is for only band members. Tracy, you're here, can request to look at the ledger.
I'm not gonna accept the report. I don't know if you guys will.
Wants to look at the ledger right now. They have access to it. They can VPN and look at it right now.
Hands up.
Stand up. Who wants to say the casino property, $40 million. We have a $25 million tax refund from the state. Where's the money going?
All right, everyone. We have to put it in writing. We have to have it. We have to have a file system.
Can I email you right now?
Yeah.
We have a quarterly meeting. His job is to do it. Alan Roy always read what we had in the bank, where things went. And now I've been really, really quiet. I've never said a thing, respectfully. Mike, I like you. I like all of you. But your job is to go ahead and read everything that you have for us. If you don't, then why are we paying you? Why are you getting a check? You have to earn that. So I respect that. And what if people cannot read? How are they gonna read what you post? And not in one meeting when we elected you in, not one meeting have you told us anything. There's people here that cannot read. So we request you to do your job, please.
Yeah.
You guys settle down, all right? Secretary LaRock might be one of those people that can't read, all right? In order.
I can request this right now if you want. I have all of that.
Yes. Okay, wait, we got a motion right now, or what's going on?
Motion to approve Michael's report. You want to read it, Mike?
Do I want to read it? You guys.
White Earth Tribal Council quarterly report, Secretary Treasurer report. Mike LaRock, Secretary Treasurer.
Michael's privy to only band members. It is, yeah. We have.
But he puts it in the tribal paper, so how is it only purvey to band members?
No, it's not. It's in the tribal paper. This is going in the tribal paper. Greetings, White Earth members. I have the honor of serving Secretary Treasurer position for the White Earth Tribal Council. And this is my first quarter report ending December 31st, 2025. Our fiscal year runs from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. Due to the fiscal year dates, the RBC must have a general fund budget in place by September 30th, 2024. This budget was approved by the Tribal Council and adopted by resolution on September 27th, 2024. The approved 2025 budget is $28,578,630. The approved budget amounts of revenue in the amount of $25,444,188 million. Which consists of state min tax revenue, state impact aid funding, casino distribution, and various other revenue sources. This expenditure is occurred for departments that operate for the benefit of the band members and the White Earth Nation, rather than for the purpose of making a profit. These departments include, but are not limited to, education, public safety, general government, human services, public works, economic development, and culture. This allows for a budget deficit of $3,134,442 million, which will be funded by distribution from the Shooting Star Casino. This deficit includes all capital expenses. Fiscal year 24 final budget. FY 24, the approved budget was $22,046 million with a capital expense included. FY budget actuals were $18.13 million with a $4.3 million under budget. General fund, the first quarter FY 2020 budget for government activities ending December 31st to 2024 is at $28.5 million with expenses at $3.8 million with a balance of $24.7 million. Land purchases total $6 million, $348,836.52. Capital purchases total $100,047.89 The gaming side of it, consolidated revenue in Monoman, Bagley, and other gaming revenues for the first quarter of the FY 2025 ending December 31st, 2024 was $28.7 million. The consolidated expenses for quarter were $25.4 million. Consolidated net income for the quarter was $3.3 million. Monoman is Monoman is 2.7 and Bagley is 637K. The budget throughout the first quarter was 29.4 million and revenue of 27.1 million, and expenses for the budget net income of 2.3 million for the first quarter of FY 2025. Year-to-date revenue was 0.0 million higher than the budget, while expenses were 1.7 lower than budget, resulting in net income being 1 million higher than the budget. The Bagley Casino for the first quarter ended December 31st, 2025, earned 2.9 million in revenue with expenditures of 2.3 million. Bagley Casino has a net income for the quarter of 637K. Shooting Star cash on hand on December 31st, 2024 was 77.2 million. The cash on hand at the close of the last fiscal year, September 30th, 2024, was 75.2 million. After Shooting Star Casino capital improvement spending and distributions to the White Earth RBC, cash has increased by 2 million during the first quarter of the fiscal 2025. Unaudited preliminary numbers are subject to change and as the numbers finalized. Same with the general fund stuff. We have our audit that would, these are unaudited numbers. ARPA, this quarter, 2025, ARPA funds a cash balance of 7.5 million with 3 million in expenses with revenue balance of 11.24. Other grant funding. In this quarter, 2025, we recorded $82 million in other grant funding while recording 15 million in expenditures. The other grant funds consist of grants from the federal, state, and local funding agencies. The funds are meant for a specific program, services and activities, and must be budgeted as such. Behavioral health. In this quarter, FY 2025, we accounted for $8.7 million in revenue while recording 7.1 million in expenditure. This leaves us with a $1.6 million basically revenue. The ending balance in behavioral health fund is 51.3 million. In addition, there is an investment account of 15 million. Youth and elder funds. In this quarter, FY 25, we have $384,726 in revenue while recording a 16,964 in expenditures. This leaves us with a cash balance of 367,762. Okay, and I can go with my travel updates. This is where my travel updates for the quarter was. Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes Fall Meeting in Green Bay, Wisconsin. October MCTTC Quarterly Meeting in Walker. The Annual National Congress of American Indians Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. Tribal Interior Budgeting Council meeting in Washington, D.C. We had a special MCTTC meeting in Hinckley. White Earth State Forest meeting with MINDNR in Hinckley. Midwest Regional Budget Formulation meeting in Bloomington, Minnesota. Grand Council meeting in Hinckley, Minnesota. Other meetings attended. I attend the monthly Gaming Commission meetings, monthly Council of Elders meetings, White Earth Enterprises Board meetings, and monthly Wabagon-Muskiki Board meetings. I also attend the MIN Governor's Update meetings every Thursday of the month. I attended monthly consultation meetings with MIN commissioners per statute 1065, requiring state agencies to consult with tribal governments. There is a long-standing history of attacks on tribal sovereignty. Releasing tribal data on a social media platform goes to the public. White Earth Nation provides an opportunity for members to submit written requests for information, which they can view, as long as it does not violate any privacy laws. These protections are in place to ensure that the tribal data is protected from the public. I would also like to say that I have been holding all government divisions in line, stay within their approved budgets, or come in under these approved budgets. The last 2 years, we've been under budget with no budget amendments. I am at the 2.5-year mark of my term as Secretary Treasurer, and I've always said that we need to continue to move forward and secure a future for our next generations to come. I look forward to continued success for the next 2 years of my term. In closing, I want to thank the members of the White Earth Nation for giving me this opportunity to serve as Secretary Treasurer of this great nation. I look forward to moving forward with great progress and optimism, and I hope we can work together for a brighter future. Miigwech, Mike LaRock, Secretary Treasurer. Phone number 218-849-1140. Miigwech.
Motion to approve Mike's report.
Chairman, can I just make one comment? So the membership, they actually want to see a 10K IRS income statement, a balance sheet, a statement of cash flows, and a statement of owner's equity. And I think that is all public information, or it's supposed to be public information. So that's what the membership is asking for. Secretary LaRock did not provide that. So I will not be supporting or support approving this fiscal report. Let me go to me.
Good report, that was the best one yet. Good job, man. Blah, 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 or nothing. No, I think the motion has to die then because you threw it out there, right? Nobody picked it up, so it dies.
I'll call a second time to approve the financial report.
Good for Wabi.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake. They want it for not just Wabigoon or not just anything. They want it for all of our enterprises, so all of our businesses that we borrow the money from the membership to start. And we deserve to know where your money's going.
Got people ODing. What are the cops doing about this shit? Come on now. Like, look, we can do better. We can come together and we can solve this shit. Come on. Like, our youth only gets 300K or 300,000. Like, they should have millions.
But that's just one budget. That's just one for the boys.
Yeah, but you should have a budget, or they should have a thing where all of our children have a bank account right now. It's from the time they're born till they're 18. We should be able to get per cap because we make a lot of fucking money.
Per cap.
Yeah, tribal member is asking, so why are we donating to all the police departments that don't support, like all the counties and the police and all these like agencies around us that don't serve our people and that oppress our people and that don't treat us fairly? Why are we giving them money? That's what she's asking. And I've asked that question before when I was down in Becker County fighting for our land back and you guys weren't there. You guys were hiding.
So Representative Summers, I was not on.
Exactly, so this is not your place.
I was government relations. I was government relations coordinator and I was there.
Exactly, Representative Erickson, but you are also acting like you didn't see anything else, like you knew more than anybody, any of our employees, because you were right there with us.
Eugene.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just very compassionate about our people.
Why do you want to block it now? What's the here?
All right, thank you guys. Anishinaabe, I have a quarterly report that I will give, but we do have to be respectful to our elected leadership here because we're trying to uphold the Constitution, and if we get out of order, they will shut us down and we will not get answers.
Hold on one second. Who made the request for the donations to the local tribal police departments? Who made that donation? You did? Come up here and give me your name and I will let you know what, if we even did any donations, which I'm not aware of. We don't, no, we don't, I don't think we had any donations to any local law enforcement, so.
What part of the budget takes that, you know?
Oh, excuse me, I remember.
But if you ask for that request, we'll honor that request today, okay? Give your name to, Maria down there and I will take that request and I will, yeah. We will,
All right, guys. We have a second, asking a second time for the treasurer's report.
They are in the paper. It's just your word. Itemized.
So from my understanding, this is his report for this month and it sound,
For this quarter.
For this quarter. So I understand a lot of tribal members in here have questions and I encourage you to reach out to Secretary LaRocque and your representative to meet with them and sit down and go through and make these requests if you have questions. You know, I always put in the newspaper every month, my contact information. I have it on Facebook. I have my assistant's information. I'll meet with you today to sit down and schedule a time if you have concerns. But we have to sit down and talk about it. We can sit in here and yell all day, but if we don't do the proper
You got all
channels and
day,
requests.
talk about it right now.
Yeah.
I'm one of your representatives. How would I go about that right now? Right now.
Well,
We're here.
we can
You got
sit
all
down
day.
after, I'm in this meeting right now, but I heard your request, so we can sit down and you can write it down and you can give it to LaRocque and myself.
You guys are getting a little out of order here, but I mean, the Constitution, it has the bylaws and duties of the officers of the Tribal Executive Committee. Let me see, they also have one for the RBC. And I'm pretty sure the Constitution says that, and during our quarterly meetings, if folks have questions, they're free to answer those questions and we have to answer them. That's a whole different Constitution. And I mean, I was the chairman of the Constitutional Reform Committee when we first started, so I've read the Constitution many times.
I'll ask again, motion to approve financial report.
Chairman, can you ask again? I thought you could only ask
report.
I know, but you already did twice. You can't do it a third time. It dies now, Chairman. Don't you know how to do your job?
I would see the report as information providing. I don't know that there's a necessity to approve the actual report. It's
Exactly.
providing information.
Okay, thank you. Motion fails then. Move on. The district reps.
Wait, so what did we approve from you then if it's just information? So you're saying we don't have to approve these reports?
She just said.
She just said it.
Okay, legal, can I get a clarification on that? Because I thought at our quarterly meetings that we're supposed to produce a report. That was because you're telling me I didn't have to produce a quarterly report every time for our quarterly meetings and present it in front of the people like we've been doing for the past 2.5 years?
Yeah.
It's in the Constitution.
I understand that it's the practice to provide that information and it's information, so it's not like there's necessarily action being taken. It's providing the information and reporting back to the RBC and to the community.
But we've been doing this for so long in the previous council. So isn't that reso judicata or whatever it's called, where if you practice it for more than 7 years, then it becomes law?
It's a practice. To be light clarification, I would advise to look at I-65 and looking at ways to revise it so that these practices can become requirements.
Yeah, Dre, we've had this conversation many times and I'm all for that, but it doesn't seem like other members are for it. So I'm just saying, like, I just want to put that out there that, yes, I know that's the issue. And I know that's why they can interpret I-65 any way they want to block me from data. I understand that.
One final comment on this, we're looking at two different things here. We're looking at reporting and approving, which are two different things. As a quarterly report, I took it upon myself to ask for a motion to redo my report. None of these other district reps, we've never had any official action on their reports. We've never voted on it. It's always been information only. So to say that we were practicing that we were approving their reports through a vote with the tribal council, in my opinion, has never happened. It's only happened with the Secretary Treasurer's quarterly report, and that just happened at like the last couple of meetings. But and what our legal system is saying, our general counsel is saying that this is informational meeting, this is informational report. That's what it's always been. It's never been voted on with the district rep. So I just want to make a clarification there.
Well, I think that it always has, and then if you go back on YouTube and look, we voted on the last quarterly meetings, and you did the same thing you were trying to do today.
Just on mine.
It's in my, here goes my financial report. If any band members want it, you can come up and see it. It's gonna be in the paper. Chairman, I'm gonna ask for a motion, and then you guys push it through like that, because you guys are stealing money from our businesses.
All right, next up are the district reps' reports. Henry?
Buju gagi give one additional ka makwan dim gosh cards way come on. Henry Fox, District 1 Rep. That's more north, Highway 200, so we've got Wazoo, Bolio, Pine Bend, Ebro, South End, and Rice Lake. So right now, I'm really trying to push to get our 10 homeless elder units going. I know yesterday we did some furniture, for them. We're not just putting them in an empty house. So we got beds, we got recliners, we got a sofa. So that'll help them out, when they get in there. Like I said before, I'm a hurry up and wait guy. So here I am still waiting, but I think it's close. I think we're going to get our 10 elders over there. We did have, some vandalism over there. I mean, I don't want to say what it was, but it was kind of rugged. So we got one offline right now, getting clean, but we're going to get them in there. Attending, I'm part of the MASH board as a representative here for White Earth. And myself, I've been in recovery for 26 years. And all these deaths happen here on our reservation, even closely off our reservations. I'm like, for a lot of years I worked in the CD, and it felt like I wasn't doing any good. Because I seen this over and over and over again, not only the ones that I helped, but now their families coming up. And the big one here was just the other day with my cousin Craig there. I myself do a lot of reports to, law enforcement, either it's county or it's tribe. And I see a lot of things not happening. I mean, myself, my family, I got some in my family that like to take matters in their own hands, which I tell them isn't right. What do you say to the drug dealer? Quit it. You're killing our people. We can't just go right in though and tell them, get out of here. There's a process for that. And all of these reports go in to the investigators and all this law enforcement. And they're the ones that are supposed to do their investigation so we can get all of this off the street. I mean, I'm just, you know, like at a place right now in my recovery of, am I really making a difference? Or aren't I? But every day I get up and I want to go to work. I'm in that office, whatever there ain't no meetings, I'm in that office, I'm helping our people. They just need to come in, you know, when I see people struggling, I help them. But my big thing is, you know, this drug epidemic is everywhere. I worked in Brainerd, it was there too. I see it all over. We need to figure something out of how we're gonna deal with this.
Okay, but
I mean, not taking matters into your own hands, but we need to figure something. Because these drugs are here, they're everywhere.
Okay. Provide evidence.
Henry, can I speak? Hey, my name's Todd Thompson. I own that Sama Tobacco and Pipe Shop over there in Monoman. Michael Iraq, you lied. You said that you guys had no part in what happened in my shop, and in my court document states that White Earth initiated, the RBC initiated the search on my home and my shop. You lied. It's in my fucking documents. And listen, what Henry's saying, if they could drop a search warrant one day and have those cops go over to my home and go to my shop for illegal weed, turn my shit upside down, charge me for a felony, there's some bullshit being blown up your asses here, you people. Because they could get these cops to do the same shit to all of these dope dealers all over the reservation. Think about that. Think about that. Because that's the truth. What I'm going through right now and having my Article 13, you know, equal opportunity, financial opportunity, same as the RBC, and then this shit happening to me, you know, not sharing in the same, it's wrong. I'm telling you, and this pertains to everybody here. I'm telling you, they could do more with these drugs. They're not. There's some lies being told here.
Todd, I'd like to make a comment regarding the raid and everything. So I honestly, the information that was provided to me, it was saying that you guys were knowingly breaking tribal law or tribal ordinances, and I just want to apologize to you because you were right. What we did do was wrong, and.
I mean, we all, you know, you're talking about the money here, people. We're supposed to be sharing in with all the business and the money that's coming in. Per cap, if you want it, we got to push it. Quit sitting silent, because we do. We are supposed to be sharing in every equal opportunity, financial opportunity, and you're hogging it all. And what happened to me, you're all this is gonna ripple through Indian country, so I really would appreciate some support from you all people, because I'm being done dirty here.
No, this is, Henry's trying to finish his.
Chairman, where'd you go?
So I'm just gonna, you know, that's kind of where I'm at, you know. It all comes down to it. We need to figure it out. We need to pull together, not only us, but our community members too. So I'm going to leave it at that. I hope.
Thank you, Henry. We're doing a district rep reports.
Real quick. You know, talking about these drugs here, you know, talking about these drugs here, you know, what we got to do, one of the first things we got to do, and believe me, that goes for every type of crime that's committed against our children. And that's to get them off our reservation, off tribal lands, tribal homes. And then reading about some of our people beating our children, our most precious gift from the Creator. And we have too much abuse of our children, and it's got to come to the stop. These drug dealers, we got to get them off our tribal homes and tribal property. That's what I got to do. This is a start. Our children is the most important thing we got for our future here. Be good. Woo.
What was Casey? What? Never mind. Anyways, so I, sorry, it's going to a bunch of people, but, so I had a couple of questions referring to the sovereign stuff that we have. Because we are a sovereign nation, correct? Right? We are sovereign. We're supposed to be sovereign, correct? Well, as a member, I'm concerned about the discussions publicly when the Trump administration is questioning citizenship and discussing enrollment concerns. How are we protecting our nation and our people? And with the drugs, if they're laced with meth or fentanyl, they kill us. So I'm just saying that one thing that we need to do as a nation is be united. You don't stand up like Standing Rock did. We're not going to get nowhere, and shit like, sorry. With Trump, it's going to kill us all because he's trying to take us all away just like it was in the past. We don't want that, do we? We must fight together, not against each other. And that's what I feel with you guys right now. Y'all are against each other. How the hell can I trust you guys to fight against Trump, to protect our people, to keep their jobs? For real.
They're working with Trump to sell our inherent rights to all these minerals. At the TEC meetings, President LaRock approved this metallic or the steel company to come in, and they no input, no notice to tribal members at all. And this was Kathy Schaefer's last meeting, so this is very suspicious. And then the Fond du Lac, they sold it to Enbridge, and now all of a sudden they're resigning too. We need to get those spots at TEC so we can overthrow these guys. It's mass corruption and enrollment fraud everywhere.
One thing about that enrollment I want to say is the fact that when I had my firstborn, which is here, Stand Up Orlando, he still ain't enrolled, and he's a quarter. I'm a half-breed, still not enrolled. Yet we're fighting on this enrollment crap. At least my nephew beside him did fight it and has it because he is a quarter. We are a quarter. I am a half-breed. I'm proud of who I am. My father was who he was, and he taught me well. English.
Okay, I'm gonna respond really quickly here. We talked about, I've been called a liar today. Eugene called me a liar. If you wanna go back and look at the meeting minutes for the MCT meeting, go back to the meeting minutes. This guy's not even enrolled in these in this year, so. Yeah. Point of order, but what I'm talking here now. Go look at the meeting minutes for the MCT. He's lying about the metallics thing. We didn't do no action on it. All that company did is present at the TEC. That's all they did. They presented. We didn't do no action on it. We didn't support him. We didn't do anything. So he's lying. So that's keep your microphone down. I'm talking here today. So I'm just gonna make you guys aware of that. Go back and take a look at the MCT minutes because basically we did not do any action on it. And I want to do something else here. I was called Todd Thompson called me a liar, but I'm gonna Henry, Representative Fox, did you anticipate? Did you tell the county attorney and the cops to go raid a shop?
I didn't.
Did you, Eugene?
I remember having a conversation.
No, yes or no question.
It's more complex.
Did you? No, yes or no? Yes or no? Did you tell the cops to initiate a raid on his store? Yes or no?
You want me to show them my court documents? I can show them my court documents.
They're lying because I never initiated it. Chairman Fairbanks, did you initiate it? Annie Jackson was in here, she never initiated, so you're lying.
Hi, man.
Miiglich.
And it shows in my court document.
Bring it in then, where's it at?
I can show.
Where's it at? You're
I
asking me
don't
to
have
bring
it
stuff
up.
right here today, why don't you bring your proof today?
I didn't even know.
Okay, no, I'm talking here. Hold on, I'm talking here. Okay, show me your proof. If you have that in your court document.
Point of order.
We just all said to your face right now that none of us initiated it. Okay, good, I'm good.
I
just want to say
Guys,
something.
okay, hold on, everyone. We're gonna do a 10-minute break.
I just want to say something real quick before everybody leaves. These guys, they never authorized any bad members to join the cannabis industry. That's their job, to allow us to join their economic resources here. They never did. Todd got busted, raided, and they still could be advocating for them. They're not doing nothing.
Where's the pilot program for the homegrown tribal growers? Y'all are still blocking tribal growers businesses from popping up.
They refused. You did too. You did too. I know that, like, and it's gonna come out too now. I'm gonna bring it up. You and Donna will both get in trouble for that.
All right, we'll resume the meeting at 10:54, and where we left off at is that Henry finished his. Eugene, you're next for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to apologize for the tribal council, especially to Representative Erickson. I feel like I was caught up in the moment. I'm really sorry. And Henry, I know you went through a hard time too with your family. Sorry that, all this stuff had to be brought up. And Secretary LaRock, I'm really, really sorry that I said that you couldn't read or anything. Bonjour, Anishinaabe. Ogimaki Ijik Benes Indigenous Cause Wabjaishi the Dane Gawababigan Kakadunjaba Manomanita. My name is Eugene Summers. My Ojibwe name is Ogimaki Ijik Benes. I grew up like between Nadawash and Elbow Lake with my grandmother. She's a full-blooded Ojibwe woman from Red Lake. And with that resolution that just passed, she gets a counter white earth blood too now. She's about 153%. So I'm hoping that puts me up to a full blood, but I know I got a little German in me because my paternal grandfather was full-blooded German, and my paternal grandmother was a full-blooded Ojibwe woman. And she came here to White Earth when they moved over here. So got a lot of ties to my Anishinaabe heritage. But I also recognize that I'm a quarter German too. But I mean that doesn't make me German, right? I was denied enrollment for a very long time. It was weird because I had so many full-bloods in my family. The White Earth enrollment's office couldn't seem to find my great-grandfather's enrollment information, which is weird because he's enrolled in White Earth. And then it took my brother getting harassed by the police here. Jeremy Cassette, I think, was the one that did it. He pulled my brother Glenn over in the casino parking lot, and then I think we talked to his college professor at White Earth Tribal Community College, David DeGroat. And he said, "Well, once you just get enrolled, then there'll be a civil regulatory offense." So that's what we did, and we're like, "Well, we can't find our great grandpa." He's like, "Well, go to Red Lake if he was living there." We went there. They had my grandfather's information, and they shared my grandma's family tree with White Earth Nation, and we were able to get enrolled in. So I was denied enrollment for a very long time, even though I'm 70% Ojibwe. So I have a lot of identity issues, coming up, but I was able to get some teachings passed down to me that I live by, and I really appreciate one of them, Marvin Penny, Terry Roy, and my grandpa, the original Ogimaki Ijik Benes, Danny Kier. And I know the system's unfair, and that's why I've been doing a lot of research and trying to find answers, but for some reason I'm not able to access a lot of information at this time. So I guess what I want to do first is the enrollment thing. So I think we just thought I don't want anybody to say anything. I just need to see around, some hands. Who here struggled to get enrolled? All right, there's a few, I guess not very much, but so when I remember when I got enrolled and I was like, man, I can go to school, you know what I mean? There's a way out. I want to get off the reservation. I always thought about that. It seemed like the farther I'd go away from school, the more I missed my home. And, the more I knew like this the society we live in isn't built for us, but this reservation is. This is our home. This is ours, but it doesn't seem that way. We have all this farmland, but we don't grow our own food. We make all this money, and we don't have our own grocery stores to recoup that. We send millions of dollars out in payroll every week, and we don't recoup that. And I think like the little we're paying our tribal members, it's just going right back into the casino. That's the only way we can recoup it. And I really wanted to help the tribe, and I remember I graduated from M State back in 2016. I was like, man, the only reason I went to school here is because my car broke down and I just needed to know how to fix it. So I was working in a body shop in Osage, Minnesota, and I was just very unhappy. And I met this woman in Walmart. She's from Whiter, she was a divisional director, and she said, what'd you get your degree in? I was like, auto body. And she said, why don't you come work for the tribe? I was like, you know, kids could use you. And so that's what I did. And they hired me and lived a I was really content with my life at that time. And then something happened. There was a new tribal council that came in, new administration, fired me. I worked for Mike LaRock at that time. And there's this guy named Kelly Phillips, who's a non-tribal member. He had the same exact job as me. When the cuts came, I said, well, at least I'm safe. I remember working all day and coming in like the last 10 minutes, and there's this man named Jeremy Cassette who, you know, abused me when I went to Waban High School. So I had a really bad relationship with him. And he brought me in there and he sat me down with HR and he said, well, we're gonna have to get rid of you. And I said, well, that's okay. Like, I can work somewhere else. But, you know, working, you know, I started here, actually at the casino, making beds as a housekeeper. I worked my way through school here. And, you know, I know everybody here. I can't say the same for these two. But, you know, I grew up with all you guys. Yeah, I'm young, but you guys might forget one thing, like, you know, this opioid epidemic. I watched that. Watch that happen. Watch all my friends die. I think that's why, like, you know, this, it's so hard for me to communicate with, like, you know, the entirety of the tribe, because it's like, we got two different perspectives and we're missing a generation there that is supposed to look out for me, give me oversight. And what I see right now is that the path we're going down, our kids aren't going to have that. You know, that woman that gave me a job, that was Laura York right there. And I just have one question to ask you. Do you recall hiring an enrolled member as a KSA the same time you hired me? His name was Wayne Parmenter.
I don't have a microphone, but.
So I'm not sure the point or the purpose of the question, but I don't feel that I should be responding to any personnel or people's privacy.
Okay. Well, I remember he was an enrolled member, and at the time he said that he was also enrolled in Leech Lake, and he had two tribal IDs, one White Earth Nation and one in Leech Lake. And at the time, I didn't know that that was possible, and I didn't know that you couldn't do that. And Wayne, you want to come up here real quick? So Mr. Wayne Keith Parmenter here, he told me his mom's a blood degree. She's 10%. She's enrolled in our tribe. Mr. Parmenter here, he has Ojibwe blood, but it's not from the state of Minnesota, and he's been denied membership even though he was enrolled. And you know, there was an annuity roll in 1961, and in I believe 63, it was ratified. The cutoff was 1961. Wayne, you were enrolled in White Earth?
Yes.
You were also enrolled in Leech Lake?
Yes.
When is your birthday?
November 8, 1978.
1978. How does that happen? I'll tell you how it happens. Automated Election Services, they're owned by a company. Terry Rainey is actually the president of Automated Election Services, but he's also the owner. So there's a company called Inc. Impressions Incorporated, and it's owned by Terry Rainey. And they also keep our enrollment data on everybody. I don't know if you guys are putting that together, but they're committing election fraud and they're committing enrollment fraud, and these guys know about it. Right now, there's over 5,000 people that are enrolled that are under 25%. And when I learned that, I questioned these guys. They said, oh, those are just the 61ers. You can't do anything about them. But our Constitution that was an amendment. They amended our Constitution to allow those folks in there. So that means we can amend it back to fix our roles. What I fear is that they're able to access our data and manipulate it and enroll other people. That's why our quantums are so messed up and so low. My grandmother's full blood, and so is my other grandmother. My mom was full blood. Her dad wasn't on her birth certificate. He was considered half. And I know that I'm Ojibwe. And I also know that I have some German in me. So I got that Anishinaabe humor too. But the same way that these guys coming out of the woodwork saying they're Ojibwe and Anishinaabe, they're looking for that Ojibwe blood, just like I have to look for that German blood. And that doesn't make sense to me. I know I'm Anishinaabe. I'm not German. Yeah, I have a little bit in me, but that's not who I am. And one thing that I noticed being on this council is that how I can tell you're not an Anishinaabe is because you don't have that Juaneman, the unconditional love for our people. And I realized that when my mom passed. OD. Now I gotta raise my brothers. And I have this huge responsibility to our tribe, and I'm taking that on. But I know if I don't fight for them, these guys are gonna steal their future just like they stole mine. You good today for coming? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna become the chairman, and I'm gonna replace Michael Rock. And I'm going to be the president of the TEC. And we're going to get this figured out for the people. I want to read my letter, and then I'm going to read the charges that I'm putting on these guys. Hoosier White Earth RBC. In review of the White Earth RBC historical documents, I have identified a concern that I would like to bring to your attention. Between 1970 and 1975, tribal leaders had raised concerns regarding enrollments. Those that were enrolled were less than 1/4 blood quantum, would have the right to vote, the right to participate in our elections, our political process. In 1963, there was true membership. I want to review the numbers of membership and the impacts of that decision, specifically impacts on voting. I'd like to review the numbers of voters that were less than 1/4 to see if they have any actual influence on the outcome of our elections. This information is important to know as we continue to fight for our sovereignty and inherent right to self-govern. The goal would be to address the discrepancies and the corrections that are made for blood quantum and put in quality assurances to protect the process. The land office is still working on compliance issues. I noticed an increase in lease transfers when fraud was discovered on South Twin Lake. This suggests the possibility of more fraud. Also, Chairman Doyle Turner dealt with similar issues of land lease fraud in the early 2000s. The DMV had multiple issues with fraudulent tribal IDs being made. In one case, a non-enrolled person made a tribal ID and received over $30,000 in tribal funds. This individual received services for over a decade. When did enrollment data become confidential from tribal members? It is my understanding that the enrollment book was open for tribal membership to view at tribal offices. This issue originates from the enrollment office, which provides enrollment verifications. This information is not accessible to membership, and there needs to be more checks and balances in place to ensure accuracy of the information. These records serve as the foundation of determining our membership. If the integrity of this information is compromised, it creates opportunities for fraud and the potential disenfranchisement of our own people. What they're trying to do here is they're rigging these elections and they're committing enrollment fraud to control who we elect in these positions. And I think, and just this week, we found one of those hard drives from one of those ballot machines, and it had a sticker with my election, the absentee ballots. And I asked my assistant to go up there and get it. And Chris, what happened?
Well, I didn't get it.
The individual that told me about it, I told him, I said, hey, Chris, go up there and go get that for me right away. As soon as he got here, the individual messaged me and said they took it from me, but she sent me pictures. I don't know where it's at. I think we can ask Teddy Bussey and the banquet staff. It's in the banquet manager's office, I guess. But I'm not able to do anything. I'm not able to do anything because I'm being, they're interpreting I-65, so I can't access information. So, I know, but hey, you guys, it's not good. Okay, what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna read off these charges that I presented to Chairman Fairbanks and Secretary LaRocque. First, I'm gonna go with the election fraud stuff, okay, guys? Charges of election fraud, conspiracy, and mismanagement against Michael Fairbanks, Chairman Michael Fairbanks, and Secretary Treasurer Michael LaRocque. I, Eugene Summers, a duly elected District 2 representative of the White Earth Nation Reservation Business Committee, hereby bring forward charges against Michael Fairbanks and Secretary Treasurer Mike LaRocque for the participation in election fraud, mismanagement, and conspiracy with Gary Frazier and Terry Rainey from Ink Impressions Incorporated. This company has been involved in both the coordination of election materials and the handling of the tribe's enrollment data. This charge is brought in accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the Constitution of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe regarding vacancies and removals. Charge number 1, conspiracy and election fraud. Section 2A, malfeasance and handling of tribal affairs. As Chairman and Secretary Treasurer of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee, Michael Fairbanks and Mike LaRocque are both entrusted with maintaining the integrity of the tribe's elections. However, there is clear evidence that both individuals conspired with Gary Frazier and Terry Rainey from Ink Impressions Incorporated, a company known for handling not only election materials, but also tribal enrollment data. It has come to light that Ink Impressions Incorporated has a history of creating fraudulent enrollment information and inflating enrollment numbers in order to increase a tribe's chances of receiving competitive funding. This action is a clear violation of the tribe's constitution and legal obligations. The following actions are cited in support of this charge. Memory drive packs. During the 2024 election process, memory pack drives were found in the banquet setup area bearing labels with the text White Earth Primary 4-5-22 in person ABS 1. This is a clear indication of election fraud, suggesting that the memory drives related to the electronic voting system were tampered with for misuse, potentially altering election outcomes. Number 2, malfunctioning ballot machine. On April 2nd, 2024, a letter from Terry Rainey was sent to the White Earth RBC indicating that a ballot machine malfunction occurred with memory packs. the same type of memory drives found in the banquets area. Rainey stated that no charge would be applied to the election due to this malfunction, which was a clear attempt to cover up irregularities in the election process. Improper payment, number 3. On April 11th, 2024, Gary Fraser, chairman of the White Earth Election Board, submitted a $15,000 invoice to the RBC for election-related services. The invoice was questioned by members of the RBC. However, Mike LaRock insisted that the invoice be paid straight, stating that Ink Impressions Incorporated, also known as Automated Election Services, had been working with us for a long time, and it was necessary to take care of them. The payment was made without proper investigation or security, despite clear concerns about the legitimacy of both the election process and the company involved. Number 4, failure to properly oversee election. On April 5th, 2024, during the White Earth general election, Mike LaRock failed to properly oversee the election process. A non-enrolled member of the general public was allowed to assist election staff by hooking up a live stream video to cover the election results. This action raised suspicion that the live streaming was used to prevent transparency and that the election results may not have been properly disclosed to tribal membership. Charge number 2, neglect of duty and mismanagement of election procedures. Section 2B, dereliction of duty or neglect. Both Chairman Fairbanks and Secretary Treasurer LaRock have shown a gross neglect of the duty in overseeing the White Earth general election process. The failure to properly monitor election procedures has led to the following significant issues. Number 1, the lack of oversight during the election process includes the questionable handling of a ballot machine and memory packs, jeopardizing the integrity of the election and violating tribal policies. Number 2, the failure to investigate the apparent fraudulent activities surrounding Ink Impressions Incorporated and its involvement with enrollment data and election materials constitutes a neglect of duty to protect the tribe's resources and ensure transparency in the election process. Failure to respond to concerns raised by the RBC members about the $15,000 invoice from Gary Fraser of Ink Impressions Incorporated further demonstrates the dereliction of duty in managing tribal finances and contracts. This lack of accountability raises serious questions about the management of the tribe's financial resources. The request for action. In accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the revised Constitution of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, I request that the Reservation Business Committee consider the charges brought against Chairman Fairbanks and Secretary Treasurer Michael LaRock for election fraud, mismanagement, and conspiracy with Gary Fraser and Terry Rainey of Ink Impressions Incorporated. Provide written notice to Michael Fairbanks and Michael LaRock of the charges brought against them, clearly outlining the nature of the allegations, which I did this morning. Number 3 is scheduling a hearing to address the charges and allow Fairbanks and LaRock the opportunity to respond, present evidence, and call witnesses in their defenses. So that has to happen within the next 15 days. If the Reservation Business Committee finds the charges sustained, I request that the committee take appropriate action, including removal from office. And who do you guys want to hear first? The next charges on LaRock or Fairbanks? All right. We'll do Secretary LaRock here. All right, you guys, calm down.
Blah, 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 blah.
Hey. All right, guys. All right, charges of malfeasance and dereliction of duty against Michael LaRock. I, Eugene Summers, a duly elected District 2 representative of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee, hereby bring forward charges against Michael LaRock, also known as Mike LaRock, the current Secretary Treasurer of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee, based on the following grounds outlined in the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe. These charges are made in accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the Constitution regarding vacancies and removals. Charge 1, mismanagement of tribal affairs, malfeasance. Section 2A, malfeasance and handling tribal affairs. As Secretary Treasurer of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee, Mike LaRock holds significant responsibilities, including overseeing financial matters, signing official documents, supervising employees, and reporting on tribal affairs to ensure compliance with the tribe's constitutional obligations. On January 18th, 2024, Mike LaRock requested that a low-income housing unit, which he no longer qualified for due to exceeding income limits and no longer being a public servant, be transferred to him. Despite being informed by the White Earth Housing Authority that he was ineligible for the low-income HUD unit, and that he is continued to occupy today could risk the tribe's compliance with HUD regulations, LaRock insists on remaining in the unit. This places the tribe in jeopardy of non-compliance and potential financial consequences, including the risk of receivership for the White Earth Housing Authority. As Secretary Treasurer, LaRock's position carries a higher degree of accountability, particularly in ensuring the tribe's financial health and compliance with both tribal and federal regulations. His actions in this case constitute a misuse of his position and reflect malfeasance, as he disregarded the duty to act in the tribe's best interest and jeopardize the tribe's financial and legal standing. Charge number 2, failure to perform duties or dereliction or neglect. Section 2, dereliction or neglect of duty. As Secretary Treasurer, LaRock is required to ensure that the duties of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee members are performed appropriately, including overseeing the financial transactions of the tribe and ensuring that funds are properly managed. His actions regarding the housing issue show a neglect of his supervisory responsibilities, despite being informed by the Housing Board that his continued occupancy could violate eligible requirements. And despite warnings that this could result in a loss of HUD funding and potential receivership, LaRock refuses to vacate the unit. His refusal to comply with the tribe's established housing policies is a direct neglect of his duty and ensures that all members adhere to tribal laws, and it reflects a willful failure to carry out his responsibilities as the Secretary Treasurer. Additionally, as part of his role in overseeing tribal finance matters, his refusal to comply with these rules creates risk for the tribe's financial stability, which is a core component of his duties. Charge 3, abuse of power and breach of fiduciary duty. Section 2A, malfeasance and handling tribal affairs. As Secretary Treasurer, Mike LaRock holds fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interest of the tribe, particularly when it comes to the proper management of resources and ensuring compliance with federal regulations such as HUD guidelines. By requesting special treatment for his housing situation and continuing to occupy the unit for which no longer he qualifies for, LaRock abuses his position and misuses his authority to seek professional benefit or personal benefit despite clear warnings of the risk of the tribe's compliance and finances. This abuse of his authority constitutes a breach of his fiduciary duties, which are central to his role as a Secretary Treasurer and a member of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee. Charge number 4, failure to investigate land lease fraud cases. Section 2A, malfeasance and handling tribal affairs. As Secretary Treasurer, Mike LaRock was responsible to ensure all fraudulent activities affecting tribal lands and resources are thoroughly investigated and addressed. Multiple instances of suspected land lease fraud were reported involving individuals from Mahnomen County Sheriff's Office as perpetrators. Despite being aware of these serious allegations, LaRock failed to take appropriate action and investigate these cases or report them to the appropriate authorities. His failure to act on these reports is a failure to uphold his fiduciary duties and his responsibility to protect the tribe's land and resources. This inaction constitutes malfeasance and reflects his neglect of the duties required of his office. Charge 5, Failure to investigate DMV fraud involving fraudulent tribal IDs. Section 2A, malfeasance in handling tribal affairs. Mike LaRock failed to investigate the fraudulent tribal ID issues by the DMV despite receiving reports and verbal notice from a non-enrolled member who had a fraudulent tribal ID made by the DMV. With enrollment verification from the enrollment office, the fraudulent IDs created by the DMV pose significant legal and financial risk to the tribe, particularly in terms of enrollment fraud and funding allocation. LaRock's failure to investigate these reports and take appropriate action to address the fraud undermines his role in ensuring the tribe's compliance with legal and regulatory standards. His inaction in this case is a direct failure to protect the tribe's interests and safeguard its resources. Charge number 6, failure to update RBC meeting minutes and provide adequate financial reports. Section 2B, dereliction or neglect of duty. As Secretary Treasurer LaRock is tasked with maintaining accurate and timely records of RBC meetings and ensuring that the tribe's financial reports are complete and transparent. However, LaRock has repeatedly failed to update the meeting minutes for several months, hindering the transparency and accountability within the tribe. Additionally, the financial reports provided by Secretary LaRock regarding the tribe's business enterprises have been insufficient and lacking critical information, making it difficult for the RBC and tribal members to fully understand the financial status of the tribe's businesses it operates. His failure to meet these essential obligations constitutes neglect and is a direct violation of the duties to ensure proper governance and transparency. What are you digging in your bag for? Request for action. In accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the revised Constitution of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, I request that the Reservation Business Committee, 1, consider the charges brought against Mike LaRock for malfeasance, neglect of duty, and abuse of power. 2, provide a written notice to Mike LaRock of the charges brought against him, clearly outlining the nature of the allegations, which I have done this morning. 3, schedule a hearing to address the charges and allow LaRock the opportunity to respond, present evidence, and call witnesses to his defense. If the Reservation Business Committee finds these charges sustained, I request that the committee take appropriate action, including removal from office or censorship. These charges are for Michael Fairbanks, Chairman Michael Fairbanks. It's okay. We're still in. If the chairman left, Henry's the vice chair. He will become chairman and he can chair this meeting. All right. Charges of mismanagement, abuse of power, and violation of tribal laws against Chairman Michael Fairbanks. Notice of charges. I, Eugene Summers, a duly elected District 2 representative of the White Earth Reservation Business Committee, hereby bring forward charges against Chairman Michael Fairbanks for mismanagement, abuse of power, theft, and violations of tribal law. This charge is brought in accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the Constitution of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe regarding vacancies and removals. Charge 1. Violation of I-65 and improper actions with the enrollment and education departments. Section 2A, malfeasance in handling tribal affairs. On December 20th, 2024, Chairman Michael Fairbanks directed the executive director to prepare for the enrollment department to switch offices with the education department without any notice, consent, or approval from the Reservation Business Committee. This action violates I-65, which dictates the procedures and responsibilities of the RBC in making decisions involving department relocations and significant internal changes. His failure to follow proper procedures and bypass the RBC and making such decisions undermines his authority of the RBC and the checks and balances required by our tribal laws, creating an atmosphere of disregard and established policies and protocols. Charge 2, abuse of staff and misuse of resources. Section 2B, dereliction or neglect of duty. Chairman Fairbanks has been reported to abuse his power by taking advantage of staff for personal gain and including Chairman Michael Fairbanks directing staff members to do his college homework during working hours, misusing tribal resources and staff for personal purposes. This behavior reflects a lack of professionalism and respect for staff, in addition to contributing to the neglect of duties that should be focused on tribal affairs. Using tribal personnel for personal academic work undermines the integrity of the office and demonstrates a complete disregard for the resources and time of tribal employees, violating the standards of conduct required for leaders in this tribe. Charge 3, theft of drum split money. Section 2A, malfeasance in handling tribal affairs. It has been reported that Chairman Michael Fairbanks has been involved in stealing drum split money during White Earth powwows. This is an extremely serious accusation and represents 1, malfeasance in handling tribal finances and cultural affairs. 2, a misuse of power for personal gain, as drum split money is a sacred and culturally significant fund that is intended for proper use for the community. If these claims are true, Chairman Fairbanks would have committed a serious breach of trust in violation of tribal laws that govern the fair, just handling of the tribal funds. Charge number 4, failure to follow proper proceedings and hiring practices. Section 2B, dereliction or neglect of duty. Chairman Michael Fairbanks has been involved in improper actions regarding the hiring process. 1, directed the HR director to post legal advisor position without following proper procedure or obtaining approval from the RBC or the executive director. This is a clear violation of hiring protocols that requires RBC involvement in decisions regarding staffing and hiring processes. 2, bypassing the RBC. In this instance, further undermines the integrity of the hiring process and violates the established procedures that the tribe relies on to ensure fairness and transparency in staffing. Charge number 5, reckless actions and failure to uphold tribal law. Section 2A, malfeasance in handling tribal affairs. The reckless actions and failure to uphold tribal law by Chairman Fairbanks have placed the tribe in serious jeopardy. 1, his unilateral decision-making, abuse of power, and failure to follow proper procedures show a pattern of behavior that disregards the tribe's laws, policies, and protocols. These actions put the tribe's operations at risk and undermine the authority of the Reservation Business Committee. As chairman, his obligation to uphold the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe and ensure that all actions are taken with due consideration for legal compliance and tribal well-being. His actions reflect a reckless disregard for these responsibilities. Charge 6, improper interpretation of I-65, limiting district representatives' authority. Section 2A, malfeasance in handling tribal affairs. Chairman Michael Fairbanks ordered legal counsel to interpret I-65 in a manner that limits the authority and ability of district representatives to gather information freely and openly. This occurred after I, Eugene Summers, was denied access to the DMV list after learning that the DMV had made multiple fraudulent tribal IDs. This action represents the deliberate attempt to restrict the ability of elected representatives to carry out their duties and transparently. This action represents a deliberate attempt to restrict the ability of elected representatives to carry out their duties and transparently. Ensuring that district representatives cannot access essential information necessary for proper oversight of the tribal affairs by issuing this manipulated interpretation of I-65, Chairman Fairbanks has overstepped his bounds and acted in a way that undermines the principles and transparency, accountability, and responsibility that are supposed to govern the work of tribal officials. Request for action. In accordance with Article 10, Section 3 of the revised Constitution of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, I request that the Reservation Business Committee consider the charges brought against Chairman Michael Fairbanks for violation of I-65, mismanagement, abuse of power, theft, failure to uphold tribal law, and violations of district representatives' rights. 2, provide written notice to Michael Fairbanks of the charges brought against him, clearly outlining the nature of the allegations which I gave him. Schedule a hearing to address the charges and allow Chairman Fairbanks the opportunity to respond, present evidence, and call witnesses in his defense. If the Reservation Business Committee finds that the charges substantiated, I request that the committee take appropriate action, including removal from office, censorship, so those are the things I found out this month. But the one thing I really wanted to get done, the one thing I have left on my agenda that I was so blinded by, was this wellness center we're trying to build here in Mahnomen. We got land, we got a design, we're just looking for funding. We even got a couple million allocated from other tribes to support the project. Recently, there was a wave of new young tribal leaders, and I met with these guys on each of their reservations and seen how they did business, and it's really different than White Earth. People there have land leases. People there have businesses. People there are supported by the tribe. Their kids, they take care of their kids, they take care of their elders. I was like, why aren't we doing this here at home? I visited Leech Lake. They were working on their wellness center, and I said, "Oh man, I'm really close to getting here." They're like, "Really?" I said, "Yeah. I got land. I got a little bit of money, and I got a design." And he said, "This took us 8 years to do." Over halfway through my term, I don't think that's going to happen. That doesn't mean we're going to stop. We're going to keep the project going. I'm going to still work on it, but that's no longer my priority. And I'll tell you what is. Is Charlie Coleman here? Charlie Coleman right there. I did everything by the book while being on this council. And the only thing I could do to him is refer him to services. He sat up in Nadawash every day. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? I don't know. And everybody came at me at that. I was like, I love Chuck, man. I grew up with Chuck. Chuck knows who I am. He knows my family. He knows my mom. I love Chuck. Chuck showed up at my house a few weeks ago. It was negative 30 degrees outside, and he was sleeping outside. He came up, and he was all wrapped up. It's like, Christ, who the heck is this guy? He was sitting there and he was shaking. And he started unraveling. He was all little burns on his nose. We cleaned him up, got him a haircut, washed him up, got him new clothes. And I said, man, Chuck, what can we, like, I know you're struggling, man. My mom struggled like this. My aunt struggled like this. Everybody I know struggled like this, man. But you're still here.
Okay, you're still there.
He couldn't take you out. You need Chuck to talk to me, man. It just clicked for me. It just clicked. Negative 30 degrees out, and there's nobody in these hotel rooms.
And these issues he brought up,
I told Chuck, we're going to go up to the casino, man. We're going to put you up there. He's like, what am I going to do there? They're only going to let me stay there a couple days. I got to be in my room. I was like, nah, man. You're a tribal member. You should be treated better than anyone on this reservation. You're a tribal member, you're an elder. You know our community, you've been around a long time. And the first thing that happened when we came into this casino, Chuck was cleaned up, man. He was looking good. He looks good. He still looks good. But as soon as we walked through those doors of that casino, and he's been kicked out of the casino since the 1990s. Christ, he's been kicked out of the casino longer than I've been alive. I said, Chuck, we're gonna lift all your bans. He was like, I'm gonna trust you, man. We had a heart to heart, and I said, man, I know my aunt died of cirrhosis liver, man. I know that you can't just stop drinking, man, but just take one or two just to wean yourself off and stay in that hotel room. I'm gonna get a hold of services and I'm gonna have them help you out. Whatever they gotta do, they're gonna help you because we've been failing you over and over and over and over again. We're gonna make it work this time. So you look at that report, we've got millions and millions of dollars going through behavioral health, but they can't even help one tribal member. All I did is I got them a stable place to stay. And that's what all of our people need. We got hundreds of millions of dollars in the reserve. Why aren't we building houses for our people? Why do we gotta beg? Why do we gotta be put on the back burner? And then when I was looking into this land lease stuff, because a Monoman County deputy was harassing my brother on his own allotment, his own tribal lot, was harassing him and his family. I didn't want to do anything about it. Man, Boomba was telling me weeks, and I said, man, you got to go to the other guys and tell them, man, I don't want to get involved in that. That's going to look bad on us. Nobody did anything. So I finally went out there, and the only reason that I went out there is because my brother sent me a death certificate from the leaseholder. It's from 2006. This tribal member's been dead a long time. When I was in 6th grade, she died. And there was a Monoman County deputy out there, living out there, fraudulently signing this lease every year. And they didn't do anything about it. They knew about it. I went to the land office and I said, hey man, I wanna give me all the land leases. Everything? Yes, everything. Took them 3 weeks to get me that information and they still haven't completed it. And I said, give me what you got right now. And what I found out of those lakeshore leases and all of our home sites, we got it written down and we presented to the tribe. A lot of people on that list are under 25%. I got the cop out and we set precedents. He was fraudulently there. They built a permanent structure on our tribal land that is now our house. That is now our property. That's sovereignty.
And we're the lowest of the low.
What I uncovered was 20% of our members probably hold leases that meet the basic blood rule requirement for enrollment. That's why we can't get a land assignment. That's why we can't get housing. It's because we're being oppressed by these people that are getting enrolled fraudulently in our tribe. They're abusing our Indian health services. Because even those 1%ers, even those 0.7%ers, 2 generations of their family are able to access our services, vote in our elections. But we turn away our kids. That's not right. And it's so blatant that it's not right. And these guys know about it. That's why we need to remove these guys from office. Not only have they violated the Constitution and the bylaws set up by the United States, the Indian Reorganization Act, they also violated our treaty, the 1867 Treaty of White Earth. Article 4, it says no mixed bloods shall get annuity payments from us, especially the ones not living with us. And I think that our ancestors put that in there because they knew those people were coming for our rights. And the bottom line, after all of this conspiracies and all of these fraudulent enrollments and elections, the ultimate goal is to replace us. And these people are going to steal our inherent right to this land. And once they do that, they're going to sell everything from underneath us. That's why it's so important that we have to amend our Constitution. That's so important why Red Lake Nation should not give us their enrollment data, because as soon as they give us that data, Carrie Rainey and these guys are going to start making whole bloods out of them, just like they did to me and my family. How is it that my great-grandfather was enrolled in White Earth, but they didn't even have his enrollment data? How is it that Wayne Parmenter was able to get enrollment after the annuity roll? It's clear. It's election fraud. It's enrollment fraud. And you know, something that Hunter told me the other day was, I was like, man, the system's broke. We got to fix it. And he said, no, the system's working exactly the way it was intended to work. And that's true. And all the tribal members in here, are we going to let it keep going on? That's what I'm saying. We gotta take action now. And I want to make a motion to remove these guys right now.
Motion, Chairman Fairbanks.
The process, you have to bring a petition first.
No, Chairman Fairbanks. You guys need to set up. I brought the charges to you this morning. You have 15 days to set up another hearing. And everybody else is going to come back. And all these things that I wrote about you and I filed charges on you, you have to disprove us and you have to let us know that you really care about our people to show us that unconditional love. Because yes, all the stuff we're doing right now, it's tough conversations, but we need to have them. And you guys are trying to scare us with Trump. Why would we be afraid of Trump? We're afraid of you.
Thank you for that report.
Is there going to be a second?
We discussed, Laura.
I heard what he's saying. I don't even have a copy of any of that in front of me. I do not have actual facts. I hear allegations, but I do not have the facts in front of me. If I have facts in front of me, I want to see this. I'm not just going to go on a wild goose chase. Put the facts in front of me. If you have the facts, Representative Summers, put them in front of me so I can make an informed decision.
Representative Erickson, check your emails. I forwarded you all the emails and I said, are you going to keep sticking up for these guys? And you said you're not going to take sides. I sent you the information. I sent you when they lied to us about when LaRock said he didn't know about those fake tribal IDs being made. Because I know the person that went to him and I know that person personally. He's a part of my family.
So you just read a whole slew of things. You talk about drum split. When did this happen? How much was it? I need all these facts in front of me.
Did you read the Constitution? The Constitution, these concerns come from me and community. The community saying it's happening. I'm bringing it to the table. I'm bringing it to.
Hey, don't
Joe Bush.
Don't speak.
Give you a seat at this table. Please get off the table.
I'm part of this. Don't speak for Natiwash when you don't know. You're not involved in Natiwash. You never
district.
Right now, I'm asking this tribe, this council to take a vote of no confidence against this guy. You need 2/3 vote to get him out. These are all accusations with no facts backing him up.
Because you guys
making us out.
You guys are in on it.
It's his power grab.
You guys are stealing money from the community councils. That's what's going on.
You've never been to a community council meeting.
Because I want to be involved in it.
Yeah.
They smell like alcohol.
Let's talk.
I have sacred items up here. Get away.
How many tribal IDs did you get made for your family? What? I got a high street, did an affidavit on you getting tribal IDs to your family.
All right, go ahead.
That's what I asked. You guys do a vote of no confidence on this guy. These are all accusations. Once they get facts, then we can go for that. Never speak for Natiwash.
The motion on the floor, council.
What the heck was that all about?
These are allegations.
May I say a few things that would take 1 or 2 minutes? Thank you very much.
Miigwech. My name is Tammy Skinaway. I live in the urban area as well as up here. I've been in between homes. I've been homeless, you can say, for 4 years, basically. I've been to the homeless shelter here in Bagley 3 different times. I am unwilling to go there for my safety concerns now. I have applied for 4 different jobs for White Earth. I have just recently been denied, and I would like to know why. I have my bachelor's degree. I would like to work. You all know I've been homeless. You all know that I have education, resources, and love for the people. I've been calling your office once a month to ask you about lateral violence and how we can address it for maybe 2 years now. And your assistant, Chairman Fairbanks, has been very kind to me. And I don't know if he's given you the messages or not, but I would hope that you would give me a call back. Last year in the parking lot at one of the events, you did give me $20. That was pretty cool. I fed my stomach that day, but it didn't give me a home. And other people outside of our tribe had to help me. I now have a home, I now am housed, but what do? We need purpose. And I've talked time and time again. And when we do these type of things and we talk up and we stand up for our truth, we get beat down. Time and time again, beat down. I'm tired of getting beat down because I love all y'all and I hope that we can get this together. That's all I have to say is I'm the proof right here. I'm the facts. And I'm not the only one. Miigwech.
I'll ask a second time for a second.
Nobody. Ancestors are watching. They're watching me. No, don't go there with that, you guys. I'm one person on this board. And you want me to make a decision today, it's not gonna happen.
Not.
Because that's who I am, Todd, and you know that.
You're hanging around Fort Indian.
What?
That's what you are. I hang around Fort Indian. Sticking up for these guys. That's what you are.
I'm not sticking up for nobody, Larry. No, I'm not. I gotta make my own decision. Nobody's gonna make it for me. And look at.
Miigwech, thank you. Motion fails.
Down you, Henry. Don't sign in with these guys.
All right, next up is discussion.
Nobody. I told you that before. You are.
Education and enrollment's up to great area.
So, Buju, Wanakwen, Sandishna, Ishmikanuk, Nadundam, Gawababi, Gunicog, Nadunjaba. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Lee Erickson. I'm the District 3 representative. I just want to welcome you guys all for coming here today. It's good to actually see people here attending our meetings. So at first, I want to start out with some brief updates about the last couple of months. I put these articles in the paper and I put them on my Facebook. I have conversations with people. If you ever want to reach out to me, sit down. I've scheduled meetings with people, or else I'll come to you if you're elders or if you don't have a car. As tribal leaders, we have to keep moving forward, and we've had many consultations with the state of Minnesota, the county, the federal agencies. So we continue to meet with the Becker County commissioners. We had some issues with timber, so we sat down and discussed that and how we're gonna. They're working with our natural resource department right now to identify any auctions, so they're not out there just removing timber, especially when we have sugar bushes out there. There's also going to be a new cell phone tower coming up out by the Bad Medicine area. That the cell phone reception is.
It's all up and running. The Bad Medicine one's all up and running, yep.
Okay, I guess Secretary LaRock said it is up and running out there. That's by the Rat Lake Trail, so We also been meeting with our, the Minnesota Department of Education, talking about American Indian Ed funding, the standards, curriculum that happen here on the reservation, keeping them conversations and ensuring that our youth have the, you know, the support that they need is really important. The other thing is, you know, back in November, the tribe received 13 additional bison. They're located out at the Spence Farm on County Road 4 between Nadawash and McCoons. There was a ceremony held also. Some buffalo were, you know, there's ceremony for the buffalo and the meat went to the elders, I was told. So I hope people that, the elders that received that, you know, enjoyed that, and hopefully we can do that more. One of the big projects we met with MnDOT about, and SRF Consulting, is about State Highway 113. If you ever drive down that road, you know, it's a pretty dangerous road. It doesn't have no pedestrian walks on the highway. So we talked about the preliminary designs, environmental assessments. So we want to make that safer, you know. I cringe when I see our people walking down the road at night. So ensuring that's safer. So the roads department just applied for a grant for that. So it's a federal grant. So I'm really hoping that we can get that funding that's a well-traveled road. So, and then back in November, our Mahnomen Waban Thunderbirds, our football team, they went to state again. You know, there's Section 8 champions, and a lot of them guys are young warriors, and we were there to support them. And I always think that, you know, I look forward to where they go and seeing them grow throughout the years. The other big thing is, you know, the MCT, we went to TEC. There was a special TEC meeting in December. There was discussion on enrollment ordinance amendment, and that there was proposed changes to align with the Constitution. There was a MCT meeting last week, and that was voted on by the TEC to align with the Constitution. Now that step is taken, we'll bring that back to White Earth and, you know, decide how we're going to proceed. There'll be our White Earth delegates will be setting up informational meetings. So I encourage everybody to reach out to your district reps and to the delegates to voice your opinion on that too. You know, Red Lake is one of the Minnesota bands, Chippewa bands. So do we accept that into White Earth? And that's going to be a really big conversation. And I always talk about, you know, it's the people too. So I don't know if we put that out to vote or how our people feel about that. So we have to have them conversations as well. So the other thing in White Earth, we have our Strawberry Lake retreat. It's remodeled. There's new family treatment duplexes out there. And I remember when the tribe purchased this property probably about 8 years ago, and there was always a vision to have a safe place for people that were going through treatment. You know, get there to bring their kids and reunite our families. We never want to separate our families. So our staff are working really diligently to, you know, get the proper licenses in place so we can have the wraparound services for families out there. So there is going to hopefully be a grand opening, you know, for people to come out there and see, I believe possibly in February, but I'll keep everyone updated on that also. One of the other things in Pine Point, I met with the behavioral health staff. You know, we talk about the opiate epidemic that we're constantly fighting. You know, I talk to people. I know we hung some signs out, and I always request people be proactive. You know, if you see suspicious activity, report that. Never give up. And it's easy to be reactive. You know, we had some tough losses again, and keep reporting people. We don't want that stuff on our reservation, so we got to keep being proactive. But the purpose of the behavioral health staff is to bring more services to the Pine Point area. We have medicated treatment services being offered in White Earth, but they're not in Pine Point. So getting them services to the Pine Point community versus having the clients drive to White Earth all the time is a big barrier. A lot of people don't have transportation, so we will continue to work on that. Out in Elbow Lake, we just submitted a grant at the beginning of January for community building. Our boys and girls don't have a club out there, and, you know, part of the battle is getting our youth, keeping them busy. So having the services they need. So, you know, I pulled the team together. We worked really hard to get the plans. So we'll hear in April if we get the funding for that. So I'm praying that we get that for them. Last year, it sounds like the tribe, before I was on council, the tribe applied for a grant for an Elbow Lake Community Center. We were informed that we weren't chosen for that. I asked our grant department to work with the funders to identify, you know, where we can make our applications stronger. So having those conversations are always pretty important. So we're also working, you know, Callaway, we don't have a building there. We have a lot of tribal members there. So we're in the process of getting names for the community council. So we're doing one last call. So if anybody is interested in being on the community council in Callaway, let me know. We're also applying for a grant to apply for create housing specifically for medical providers. You know, one of the barriers we have at IHS or even for the tribe is people don't have a place to come, and, you know, we know there's a shortage of housing. So the tribe will be applying for that for medical professionals also. December was a really busy month. I went to the Iron Range, visited with them. They're having a lot of issues with Minnesota DNR up there. They did have a meeting with the Minnesota DNR Regional Director Patterson to address concerns regarding the 1855 treaty area and ticket citations. Our tribal members, you know, they come off a lake and they get their fish taken away, and then the DNR cites them. But so I didn't attend that meeting, but I did get an update from tribal members. So this is an ongoing issue involving the Minnesota DNR. And we have our 1855 Treaty Authority, but we need more people to be active and involved on that too. You know, we had some elders that passed away that were really active on there. So if there's any interest from any of our tribal members, I encourage you to step up, and we can get that back going too. So for our elders, you know, we have our employees, our day laborer program. They organize teams in each of the community to help shovel snow off the elder stairs and decks. Tribal leaders also met with the elder advocates to review the responsibilities, what they do. The advocates support elders by assisting with paperwork and addressing any issues they may encounter in their homes. So, you know, in my district, we're compiling a list of elders who may require frequent check-ins. So if you have loved ones that you want, who could benefit from this and want the advocates to check in on them more often, let me or my assistant Tiffany Spears know. The Minnesota legislative session is in full swing, and that's one of the things we're advocating is for the inclusion of the tribal vulnerable adults and development targeted case management. You know, we really need to, the goal is to hire more elder advocates, but we also need to ensure that we can sustain the program. We have a lot of elders on the reservation and near the reservation, and if we can, you know, sustain the program, that'll benefit everybody, and then we can have people routinely checking on our elders, which is really important. The other thing is, I know we have a lot of Duluth area tribal members. I asked about when enrollments or the Wild Rice team has been up there to visit our tribal members, and it doesn't sound like they have been up there, so we requested that they go up there and visit with our tribal members, and that's going to be in February. Sounds like the 12th and 13th. The other thing is the White Earth Youth Council Advisory. You know, Tara Mason is the youth administrator, and the goal of that is to get some of our youth from each of the villages on this youth advisory, so we can, you know, teach them, work with them, have them set goals, you know, work with the elders. So if you have anybody that you want to elect or nominate for this, please reach out to Tara Mason or myself or my assistant. I have applications too. You know, I think that's really important to keep our youth engaged. I see, like, when I look online, other tribes have their youth out there representing, giving them the opportunity to travel, and our youth deserve that chance too. So The other thing is, this weekend we have the Wild Rice Roundup starting tonight up here at the Shooting Star Casino. So I invite people to come out and join, people that are sober and need help. Again, we got to support one another. The other thing is we have our Red Star Indigenous Performing Arts Competition that we're going to have here at the casino February 6th. And we have the opportunity, tribal leaders and some staff. The first round was down at Minnesota American Indian Chamber of Commerce, had it at the fundraiser, and we have some tribal members down there and Red Lake members, and we're going to host it here in Whitehorse. So I encourage everyone to come out and support our members and our Indigenous, throughout this competition. The Pine Point Community Culture Camp is going to be on February 22nd again, and that's something I can't speak highly enough about. The community does an amazing job hosting these camps. So I think that wraps up mine. I hear our constituents. If you guys have questions, reach out and talk to me. I'm willing to sit down and bring your concerns back, and I always believe in the process. Have the facts, make decisions on the facts. And I can't say that. If I have the facts, give it to me. If there's real stuff out there, give it to me. So, be good.
Hey, Laura,
No, hang on, guys. Thank you, Laura Lee. Thank you for that report. I passed tobacco to Marilyn Deegan to say a prayer for our food because people are waiting. Our elders are hungry. So, Marilyn.
Floor is still open here. Yeah, it is.
Oh, big witch. Listen in, everyone. Everyone go eat. We're on break, lunch break.
I'd like to say something. Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
Break. Oh, we're on break. I got you. We didn't motion to go on break. We did not motion to go on break.
Motion to go on break.
Come on. Oh, what? I got something to say.
Council.
Let them talk.
Let them talk.
I just wanna mention, all of these, well, first, let me start off here. You can take this with a grain of salt, okay? And some people in this room happen to see the same book that I have uncovered. 1985 Minnesota Chippewa Tribe Enrollment book, old. I can't speak on how it came to be, but I seen it, and I have taken a Xerox copy of the 8 LaRocques in 85. Mike LaRocque is not on this enrollment book. There is a David Paul, Eliza, Franklin Paul, Merle Joy, Noreen, Pamela Lee, Ronald Dean Jr. Mike's not on it. I mean, he's enrolled now. I'm sure he probably can prove that he's on the enrollment books now. But it's not, his name is not on this paper here, this Xerox copy. 1985 enrollment, Minnesota Chippewa Tribe book. What am I getting at? I can't hear you, bro. I'm hard of hearing. But anyways, I just wanted to let you know that all these interpretations that the RBC is making is violating our Article 13. They should not be doing that. Mike, you're real good at dictating these meetings at Minnesota Chippewa Tribe. I got that on video where you shut me down, telling me I can't speak, others can't speak, intruding in the middle of their talk, shutting them off. I mean, you're you're censoring the people's ability to speak. Man.
Concerning.
Yeah, we gotta get censoring these, getting these people booted out. That's for damn sure.
Good thought.
Yeah, anybody else wanna come up and?
That's crazy. Our secretary treasurer has been enrolled since birth and he's not in that book. He should be in that book. That's a Minnesota Chippewa tribe enrollment book. And he's not in there?
I mean,
how is that possible? Did you have Terry Rainey and Gary Fraser get you in that book or what?
What is the difference? You just said you were enrolled, just got enrolled too long ago with that. Why does that justify it? What's the difference?
I have proof right here that I'm enrolled. If anybody wants to see it, you come up here and take a look at it. I've been enrolled since 1977. So let's go. Man,
It's proven that, it's proven that you guys can manipulate the elections and our enrollments so we can qualify for more funding.
Those are allegations, that's all.
The tribe's all here. This is our family. This is the tribe. That's one thing that you guys got it wrong. You think you guys have power? You don't. We do. Go back to
Lunch break, guys. Motion to go into lunch break.
Motion.
Motion by Henry, second by Mike, all in favor.
No. Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Make sure you come back to Mr. Frenchman.
I'm gonna try one.
You said you.
Why don't you go get it? Why don't you go get it?
Have you heard?
Show me yours. Yeah. Show me yours. I can do that. No, I bet you I'm more Indian than you.
Yeah, actually, I did see his card for 77 home.
Why are they freaking out so much about it?
The thing is, your
That's not it. That's not it. That's all I'm
Hey.
They do it, then we're gonna come back.
Oh.
They'll have to recall. I will.
I think I'm. Pretty.
Oh, they have a book somewhere. I don't know. Someone took it when.
Yeah, great, but. Your helps.
We're gonna get started here. We have a few things left on the agenda here. Also, we have to be, they have an event tonight. I know Lorraine has to report that sober event. The Wild Rice Roundup is here tonight too, so I'll be back here tonight. I'll do the opening for that, so, but it's something that I really hope that most of you come around or come back and check that out. It's a good thing for everyone living in, Bimanezi-Win. So, be good. Is Eugene, is he out there? Well, we'll get started, guys. We have some elder report too that we're going to get started with. So first up that we have here, we will resume at 1:03 p.m. And the next up on the agenda is the Council of Elders. So Sam.
This one works. Sorry to steal your microphone. Hello, I'm Sam Kroll with the Warriors Elders Council Vice Chair. We've got our chairman is sick at home, and our treasurer is in the hospital in Fargo, probably having surgery right now. So I'm going to be handling a little bit of this. I'm going to come to here a little bit. Those of you that don't know, I've got a lot of jobs I'm doing. We've got funding that we've been having for quite a few years. And in our account right now, we got $62,295.55. That's 65,000. That is not our money. It's not my money, or Missy's money. It's not our council's money. It's your money. 800 elders on the White Earth Reservation. And we need input from you of what you want to do with it. And we will be doing some stuff this month. We got $1,500 allocated for Valentine's parties in each EMP site on February 14th. It's a Friday. So if you're an elder and eat at the EMP site, come and enjoy Valentine's. You might be elected king or queen. I worked hard, and some of the other, Laura Lee worked on this, and Tim, Colleen, Missy, and I. I run the crew out in Pine Point for snow shoveling. We did windows this year, and we got done with those before Thanksgiving. And we did the first snowfall on 1/13 and 14th of 2025. We had about 25 houses that we cleaned their steps off, sidewalks, the walkways, the fuel tanks. And if anybody has not filled out one of these forms, you can fill it out to get your sidewalks. If you're 60 and older, we will take care of your outside when it snows. And one of the big things that we do is, it says, please check your fuel tank. Check the fuel tank. If under 20%, let tenant know before leaving. The first time we did it was really cold, and 10% of those 30 or more, probably 5 or 6, so it would be probably 20% of them were under 20%. One was completely out, and they didn't know it. So that's what we do. I want to thank the Elders Commission. Our former chair was in on helping you get this many years ago. Lucille Silk, I give her all my heartfelt thanks for helping us get us this through. We've got these forms. They should be in your EP and EMP sites. You go and sign up and 60 and older, and you can get that. And we also do checks for people. to see if you haven't been getting your meal, we told the EMP that if you go in, they used to go in and say, oh, leave my meal out there on the step. If you go there 2 or 3 times, that meal's still sitting there, get a hold of somebody on our council and let us know. Pine Point said 3 or 4 people that have died and laid in the house for 4 to 10 days or more before anybody found them. So we are going to be checking. I mean, we can't let our elders be dying and nobody cares. But, and then on 1/12/25, we had a Pine Point Healing and History project. Me, Joan Thompson, and a lady by the name of Geraldine Bug, many years ago, talked about in the Pine Point community. We all came from there, and we wanted to see where everybody lived 50 years ago. Houses that are gone, before housing projects, when elders lived in tar paper shacks. And we were making maps of that. And we worked on that map, and then it kind of died away. And now this new Pine Point History and Healing Projects. On Sunday, January 12th, we met. Emily was there. Probably maybe some of the other ones that are here. But it was the greatest time we had. We shared stories about growing up when we were 5, 6 years old. People don't remember how we lived. I mean, what I hear today, it saddens me to hear people fighting and arguing. Back in those days, people got along. We talked about neighbors living a half mile away. Through the woods were borrowing paths, we called them. They were called borrowing paths because if you needed something, you would go, your mother or grandmother would say, go over to the neighbors, borrow a cup of sugar. They even know it there. The doors were left open. Nobody had to lock their doors and be afraid. And about 6 or 8 of us talked. Emily talked, I talked. And we talked about that, and when we got done, there was a feeling of so much warmth, remembering who we were. And I'd like to see this happen in every community. And think about it. You know, pick one year in your life. If you're 70 years old like I am, pick one, say 1955, 56, something you remember from that. Tell a story. And somebody will say, I remember that. I remember doing that. And I mean, I hope we're going to have some more, and I'll keep you updated on that. But we also will be having on February 5th, I believe it's Wednesday, I just dropped my calendar.
We doing Pine Point or Eldon?
Pardon?
Pine Point or Eldon?
Both. I'm combining them both. Men's night out here at the casino, February 5th. If you're a man and you want to come out, no women allowed, I'm sorry, but they've got their own night out, so we will have that meeting or evening here at the casino on February 5th. I mentioned that we probably were having Valentine's. We've got that coming and going on. Missy, do you have anything else? No? All right. And they've been taking, in Pine Point, they got a NAP program going. We've got a food shelf we've had for about 20 years in Pine Point. We went from 5 or 6 boxes of food delivered out of Park Rapids to close to 20 or 30. 15 tables full every Wednesday. Amazingly, come January 1st, we went down to 10 tables. 7 tables. Last week we had 2 tables. This time they said no, none at all. I don't know if it's coincidence of who's president right now, but it wouldn't surprise me. They are gonna cut our programs big time. A lady in here, I don't know if she's still here, talked about Donald Trump being our worst enemy. He's worse than our worst enemy. He's gonna he wants our land, he wants our oil, he wants anything, mineral rights. He's sending ICE immigration services down in the Navajo country, Arizona, Oklahoma. If you do not have a tribal enrollment card, get one. Because that's the only thing that's gonna stop him, and that may not stop him. He's sending these roving gangs of people to pick up immigration people, picking up people and sending them. You might end up in Colombia or some other place, because they're not gonna take your word that you're Indian. So I would ask that if you do not have a tribal ID card, get one. And a lady asked me a while ago, what about children? We can't get tribal ID cards for children. I would like to know if we could do something like that.
There is an under 18, I think, or 21, there is a tribal ID for that. So there's a youth one, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but get that, because it's gonna get only worse. Our programs, I guess, we need to all band together and stick together. And if we're united, they might leave us alone. But I thank you for coming, and I want to thank the casino and the RTC for putting on a breakfast and dinner today. If you could give them a good hand, I'd appreciate it. If you need anything from our council, Whitehurst Council of Elders, our names are in the paper and our phone numbers are there. Don't be afraid to give us a call. We're there for you. That money is there for you. So thank you for all showing up. And
Mr. Vice Chair, I see the chairman's gone. I got a comment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yep.
Well, Sam, I know Tim Rindall's the chairman, right?
Yep.
And you're the vice chair?
Yep.
Who else is on your council? What's your title? Okay, where are you from? What district are you from? 2? Okay, the last meeting we had, we requested that the Council of Elders, if you have somebody from your district on the Council of Elders, they would report what's going on in that district amongst the elders. So I just want to remind you guys that we did ask that, and when you guys, I guess when you report here, I mean, I guess looking at our expectations, what we're, Sam, and, I know you can just question Sam about reporting for Pine Point and not reporting for everybody else, but we addressed that at the last meeting. If you have somebody from District 1, 2, and 3 that sits on your board, somebody from District 3 that can report for that district, and that's, I think, what we requested the last meeting. So I just want to remind just a quick reminder that that's kind of the way that, because you would be, it's not official in your bylaws that you're representing that district, but you're from there and you could report on that.
Remember, Mike, my vehicle was down that time.
Okay, all right.
And the council did not let me know that was said during the meeting.
Okay, all right.
On that point, I was on the phone with Kim, 6 o'clock this morning, Colleen at 8 o'clock last night. And I don't know how long they're gonna be down. We're gonna have an executive meeting coming up. I hope they'll be well by the time we have that, this coming week and stuff, so thank you.
And also to let you know, Sandy, we did, the tribal council, our reservation business committee, we did meet with the supervisor of the elder advocates. We did. And we had some challenges and some concerns. So we did meet with the supervisor of the elder advocates, and I think, I don't know where Lori York is at, she took the notes for our stuff. But we did talk to her about better coverage for their elder advocates and more home visits for their elder advocates, and we did talk about that. So I don't know if any other council member wants to make a comment about it, but we did meet with our elder advocate supervisor to find out, to just get on the same page as that. Because I think we have 3 or 4 elder advocates, and we were wondering if they were making home visits or not, or what they were doing. We want to be more proactive, not reactive.
Right. One other thing, if I could, this is a Waiters Band and Ojibwe Elders Commission. Missy's on both, the council and this. And if you want to explain to them, Miss?
Okay, yeah, this is on the commission. We do have an elder statement of concern. If you have a complaint with a program or another person in any program, we have a form to fill out. That you can fill out your complaint, the person it is with, we take down the date it's received, and we, or program involved or the staff person involved, he asks for the permission to share this with us and tribal administrator or tribal council. They get it, if we get it filled out, we take it to Aisha. She makes a copy of it, gets it through to Lori and Curtis, and we say, okay, this is our recommendations, this is who it should go to. They look it over, and if it needs to go to the RBC, they take care of it that way. And they have handled a few things for us already by seeing these. But this is done by the commission. So then we, but you can get it through any of the ones on the council. And yeah, so, okay, you do.
Thank you.
I think that came from the commission.
These will be in any of the centers where you can get them from us. It's confidential. There will be no repercussions or going back at you if you've got a problem with any of the programs on the reservation. You can do this. Emily's on the commission.
Yeah, okay.
Robin, and you can fill out one of these papers and give it to them, and it'll be confidential, and it'll get turned in. If you have a problem with any one of them, try to function, they work for you. So look in your EMP site, or we'll see if we can get a lot of more, throw them out if you've got a problem with any of our workers. I guess that's about all I've got. I want to say, I want all of you to have a good month and stay warm. It's supposed to get cold again, and we will be there to help you.
There's been other things, the shoveling, stoveling stuff, the program you're talking about, like steps and stuff, so one way to play it with that. There's more things we can do.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But all right, I will turn this over to the Elders Commission now. Rob?
We would, Sam, thank you for that report, and I appreciate it, all the work that, yeah, the Elders Commission is up next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Robin Ankeny, and I reside in District 1. I'm the District 1 representative for the Waiters Elders Commission. I'm also the chairperson. In the past few months, we have attended 2 of the TEC meetings. On December 12th, a few of us attended the special meeting of the TEC in Hinckley. And then on January 28th, we attended a TEC meeting at Black Bear Casino in Carlton, Minnesota. At the Veterans Powwow, the Elders Commission, along with the Council of Elders, had a table with information and applications of programs and resources for the elders. We also had a table at the Rice Lake Health Fair, and Missy Fairbanks at a table at the New Year's Eat powwow. Although the Elders Commission and the Council of Elders are separate entities on the White Earth Reservation, we are trying to work together to improve services for the well-being of our elders as well as improving their quality of life. We created an elder statement of concern to complete with and for the elders. We had quite a few applications of elder concerns that we have turned into Lori York. These applications can be filled out by elders of their complaints or concerns of the various departments here on the reservation. I know one of the complaints that we do get a lot is with IHS with dental. And and I do have a bunch of the applications for the concerns or complaints and stuff. So if you want to come and see me or any one of us on the Elders Commission, you can, and we can get you an application. We had 26 elders turn in applications for the Elders Christmas cards, and we attended the Elders Christmas party at the Shooting Star Casino. We look forward to a new year and helping and servicing our elders. Thank you.
One thing to add.
One thing to add, that when the elders go on these trips, like to the TC, we take those funds out to cover the gas, the room that we are going to stay in, and at least 2 meals. So if you ever want to, go on one of the trips, we got the bus, right now we've got a 12-passenger one we use to take down to these meetings, whether it's be in the TC or anything else that goes on with the elders. Council, commission, anything. So if you see it posted, whether on Elders on White Earth page or on my page, if you want to go, you're more than free. Like I said, your room will be paid that night that we do stay. So you don't have to budget that in, which is hard for elders to do. But it is mainly the elders. And if any elder has a personal assistant that they have to come with, we take care of that room for them too. So just wanted to let you know, the elders' money is getting spent on elders, not just sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Elders Commissioner. Appreciate that report. Which, okay, moving forward.
Everything's trying to talk. You guys cut me off before I had the time to speak and answer. Lori Lee, I waited for my district rep, I'm speaking, and I'll wait until the elders got done. Now, I just got something to ask. Also, on the microphone, brother. Sorry, but I was just here to try to ask the council. All right, does this Minnesota tribe constitution make you guys as interpreters, or you guys are our ultimate leaders? I want to know. Any one of you guys can answer.
Yeah, you can totally do it.
Repeat that, RB. I want to know if the Minnesota Chippewa tribe constitution allows these guys, they're supposed to be interpreters from the tribal members to the government. And I want to know, or we want to know, who gave them the ultimate power to start doing their own resolutions and ordinance without asking the people? And we already took the BIA to court. I got a case right here we went through in 2015 about these illegal activities they've been doing. They've been violating our sovereign since 1996, really. And they've been taking our voice away from the people with their illegal resolutions. They even went into court to try to get the descendants to have the right to hunt and fish in state court, and the state court threw it out because that resolution didn't have the referendum by the people. So everything these guys are doing, that's just a power grab for them to be the ultimate power. But that ain't the way it's supposed to be under this Constitution. And that's one of the things that I've been going after these guys, and and stuff, and we did petitions on Irma and everything to get, because she was doing the same thing to us. And every, what, 10, 15 years now, we have to fight these guys to stop them from doing what they've been doing to us. You know, the interpretation, it says that by the interpretation by the tribe. They're not the tribe. They are a federal entity of the federal government. They're here to be our interpreters, not a government body or policy makers. And I got it right here. This is here. This is what they all been talking to you about. Show us the paperwork. Here's the paperwork right here. And if they want to see it, here it is. They already know it. They already got the papers, because when we went through court, into federal court, all these guys should have gotten all their papers. And they know it. So, and everything they've been doing here, and if they keep doing what they're doing, them law officers and everything they've been hiring, and allowing the counties to intrude on our sovereign, they could lose their law license, and we could sue these people for what they've been doing here. And this is the truth. This is the law. This is the federal law that we're talking about. Even our own council members were on that justice system. They were violating our sovereign, arresting our people with fake laws, unconstitutional laws. And I guess, you know, there's some other thing that, like, well, I guess that's all, and I can show you, that's the only reason why they're getting away with what they are and saying they're the ultimate power here, is because of the interpretation. It doesn't say that in here in this Constitution, that says that they have a right to change it in any way or make them the ultimate power here. The people are the power, and that's who we are. We're the executive branch. And they better start asking us, because this is internal affair. There ain't no law here, only their law. So I'm just saying that, you know, and I just want you guys to know. Get to know what internal affair means.
RB, give them a chance to answer your first part with that you asked them.
Oh, I asked the question, so.
Is the question about what gives the RBC
Yeah,
the authority?
yeah, under this Constitution, how did they become the policymakers here when they're only interpreters here between the tribal members and the government?
So the way the Constitution works is it designates the 6 bands, and it gives the RBC the authority to govern and legislate the affairs of each of the 6 bands. It's created under that.
Okay. And under this Constitution, and them acting government, and we went through this through the BIA, they're the acting government, but in this Constitution, with them being acting government, they gotta ask us for the referendum from the people to make their resolutions, their ordinance, their laws here, to make agreements on our behalf. That's what this Constitution says. It doesn't give them the ultimate right to just make their own. That's absolutism. That's a government body that's, you know, that has, our people have no say in it. And that ain't the way this Constitution is written.
Well, they have the authority to pass laws, and they have a process in which they can seek public comment. And by them being elected leaders, that is how you're able to put people into office to serve as your representative on the government.
Okay. Well, then look at you got the MCT Constitution with you? Yeah. You want it? Okay, now look at their sworn duty. Their acts, or their duties as a secretary treasurer and the tribal chair. And just like you, Gino, said before about these guys overstepping their authority. And it's all written right in here in the Constitution that they gotta ask the people. They can't just do it and say this is the law. That's the opinions of the BIA and the federal government, and that's this right here in this case. That says that they have to. Well, they said that it was internal.
So the Constitution establishes the Reservation Business Committee, And the committee has to establish bylaws, and that's what we call I-65. And I-65 details what their responsibilities are.
And what's their responsibilities then? The responsibility to them is asking us if we want this law, if we want this justice system, if we want the state, the counties to intrude on our sovereign. It's written right there. That's their duty to ask. And the secretary is supposed to do that. And the chairman was supposed to make sure there's a referendum by the people here.
We're supposed to vote the same way we voted for recreation.
Yes, sir. How long were you in that position? To be chief of police. Okay. All right, I'm gonna give my best help to one of our elders and one of our that were on this federal case. It's Raymond Elko.
Harvey asked how it came about having the power to interpret that Constitution, which is totally unconstitutional, that interpretation. They got around it by, instead of amending it, they call it interpretations. There's 15 of them, and every one of them are an amendment to the Constitution without using the amendment process, which is totally not only unconstitutional, it's illegal. Started with 180 that said only they could interpret the Constitution. Something they never wrote, half of them never read. Ones that read it apparently don't understand it. They deny people freedom of speech, freedom of participation, and the economic developments of the tribe. These are the things that were happening in the mid-90s. Bring up a sore point, but 3 of our tribal members went to prison because of some of the same things that are happening now. A tribal attorney went to prison that was elected Minnesota State Senator. He still went to prison for what he did to Leech Lake. Tribal council members went to prison. And it's sad to see, if you don't know your history, you're condemned to repeat it. And that seems to be what's going on. You can call us a little piece of advice or warning, whatever you want to call it, but it seems like the news that's been all over the res lately, the same things are happening. And I hate to see somebody like Todd or anybody else get up and try and express their concerns. And they throw out that point of order stuff, hit the gavel, and out the door they go, and nobody gets to address their concerns, which we have a, who are we supposed to bring it to if we can't bring it to the people that come around promising to listen when they want to vote? Right. Oh, we'll listen, we'll do this, we'll do that. Yep. The minute they get a chance, they shut the meeting down, out the door they go. And I'm not attacking anybody personally on that, I'm just telling you a fact. Marvin and I went through that for close to 40 years. Not just talking off the top of my head, I know for a fact that these things happen. And the last time the investigation started in Leech Lake, that's when a Minnesota State Senator and a tribal lawyer went to prison, and it ended up in White Earth. This time maybe it'll start in White Earth, who knows? Something's got to change. You guys, let people have their say, man. They have this is what you work for. You're not working for yourselves. Listen to the people. You wouldn't have all these people here hollering and getting pissed. Right. Listen to us. These things that affect our lives, we have a right to have a say. And all the damn interpretation should be, Mike, you're the president of the tribe now. You guys should do away with the interpretations. They're amendments. And you didn't use no amendment process in the Constitution that says the only way you can change that is by amendment.
There's an elder talking.
Guess something else is more important than his own people.
So what I'm saying is, man, let the people have their say. If you're not hiding anything, you're not scared of anything, let them have their say. And you won't have all those people shouting and calling you liars and names, and you just let them have their say, man. That's their right. Like Harvey said, we're the tribe. The Minnesota Chippewa Tribe is an organization, a federally created business committee. Never did have, authority as a government body. The people never authorized that. It was only set up as a financial institution of business, never granted governmental powers. That's why there is no separation of powers in our Constitution. People never authorized that. Through the years, they've just been taking it. The Secretary of Interior, the only reason you guys get away with it is the Secretary of Interior is failing to do his job. Turning his head the other way and let anything, as long as it don't affect them. But what I'm saying is when something affects our lives, we have a right to say, give us that right, Miigwech.
Can I make a comment?
Yep.
Raymond, now, the stuff that happened here today, the allegations that are out there today, isn't there due process, Ray? You realize there's due process? So no, listen, let me finish. I let you finish, Ray. I'm also an elder, so I let you finish. Just let me finish, please. Okay? There's due process in everything. There is. So how can you say something like that when there's no due process? There's allegations put against us. They need to be a process. I have an opportunity to stick up for myself as the truth. The truth nothing matters to me except for the truth. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, what you're saying is that you're putting this council in the same as those 90 people. And you're saying the same thing's happening without any proof. So that's all I'm going to say. That's my comment. The truth will prevail and the truth will come out. And that's all that matters. Miigwech. I think he's next. Hello. Okay, all right. That's the way I felt.
The word is on the reservation is seeing the same things are happening.
So that makes them right then.
And if that's happening, all I'm saying is a little piece of advice, turn it around.
And that's what we have an opportunity to do today, Ray. He's got the allegations, let us turn it around.
I've seen people be able to talk. The other meetings, it's shut down, and cut off.
Good.
And I'm saying, give the people, it's their government. We're the government here.
Okay.
Give us a chance to express what the hell is how it's affecting us. I'm not accusing you of anything.
But you
I'm just saying
can't.
that the same things are starting to happen again. My piece of advice was, people go to prison for those things. You can take it as advice or whatever you want.
Hello, everybody. My name is Danny Finkler. For everybody that I gave that I-80 to, their interpretations, that is a binding document that we have to go by. That gives the NCT the sole interpretations of the Constitution, where we cannot be utilizing the NCT Constitution for our own people. In the ICW court system, in the drug and alcohol court system, the Constitution states and holds us to obligations that are binding to us, not the tribal council. They are holding us under an apartheid, oppression, and genocide rule here. Now, if anybody wants to stand up for this, we want to get an agreement, maybe by Mike, to agree that maybe one day we'll be able to dissolve I-80, the interpretations of what you guys are going under, and not giving the people the proper say of what we got to do. By holding obligations to you, you have to hold up the treaty. The treaty is the sole power of this land. The 55, the 67, the 54, all of them, they're all binding contracts of this land.
A bonding contract went in with the United States in what we call a treaty. That was an agreement between two people. Our forefathers signed that treaty. They said, maybe one day our people will be able to use this tax exemption and utilize it in diplomatic laws that pertain to us in international waters. Yet we're held under the United States and under this agreement with Minnesota. And why are we here? The treaty was signed in a binding contract between two people. Two people agreeing that we weren't going to war no more. We're a warring people. They were scared of us. They're still afraid of us. If you guys need a backbone, I'm right here. I'm a treaty person. I'm a 408 person. I have this done to me for a lot of times. And you guys weren't in my basement when Chip Wadena tried to firebomb us. This is what happened to my family, not yours. My dad is dead now, but that doesn't mean I can't say his words. I can't say to everybody that this happened to. No one got firebombed here. My family did. Show your hand if you got firebombed by a tribal leader that was trying to oppress us from running against them. And now we're facing the same reality. When do we say stop and let us be honest and obey? When do we take down these agreements with the state of Minnesota and become equal with the United States Constitution of where we're supposed to be and the international court system? Not in here. Not domestic. We are not domestic people. We were never domestic dogs. We are human beings. Honest and obey. Legality over there. You let me know of where we can go and what we can do. Stand with us. Don't stand against us. Let's do this for the people. Treaty people. And I'm worked up so bad I want to knock somebody out. That's me. I'm honest now. Roll with me or I roll over you. Simple as that. That's the creed we live by. We still live by that. I'm here to say some words. I'm here to say tax exemption is for real. And all of us should have a tax exemption number, which is in our Roman number. We should be able to utilize that when we buy some turkey for our family and not pay state tax, not pay federal tax, because we don't belong in those courts. We belong in the international courts and an international treaty. When do we get to be honest now, baby?
Hey, who authorized RBC to make these illegal state agreements to tax us?
I know Anishinaabe didn't, because we couldn't speak at the time when they were stealing our horses, our meat, our land, our women. Maybe not mine, but let's agree. No, let's have. Let's agree that maybe we will dissolve this I-80 and give some of the power back to the people through the NCT Constitution, because the power lies in there for us to help ourselves, not for these people to help themselves. Which.
All right, next up on the agenda is the Warriors Housing Report.
Mike, Justin wants to say something.
Ani Bushu, Mabaka Benesi, Mr. Kasma, Internet, Kawa Bigana Kakindushba, Kinisha Gumaki, Midakos. My name is Justin Keyser, I'm from Netawash. Raised here my whole life. I hear everybody asking, oh, when did they get these powers? When did they get these powers? You know, we were all forced here. None of us had, many of us that are originally from here. Some of us are from Pine Point, and, pillagers and otter tails and all this and that. We all know the history. We got a treaty that made us move here. Government got tired of paying us annuities all the time because whatever, they got tired of giving us money that they owed us. So they forced the IRA government on us in the 30s. 34, they gave us the Indian Reorganization Act government. That's where these guys came into play. In the 60s, they enforced blood quantum on us because they knew that it would only be a matter of time before we wouldn't be able to make that blood quantum anymore. That was not our way. Our way was never blood quantum. If you know, we all know who we are. We all know who belongs here and who doesn't. In the 90s, in 96, they said everything changed. In 1996, Norm Deschamps started something in the 95, 94, and 96 through Act of Congress, Public Law 104-109. You might want to write that down. Public Law 104-109. The United States government revoked the corporate charter of the Minnesota Chippewa tribe, and they essentially neutered us from being able to do anything to our tribal council. Because in there, they had the provision for removing them and the process that we were supposed to go through. Then they rewrote it and they made all their interpretations and all of these things as like a smoke screen. Oh, you can do this and do that, but we can't remove them, can we? How many times have we gone through this process of trying to start a petition and no, you can't do it because it ain't notarized. Oh, you can't do it because that person doesn't really live there. Well, they don't really have an address. They live by Cape Rock. You know, that's all we know. So they've been passing all these interpretations and resolutions, which is a corporate term. It's a suggestion. It's not a law. When did they create these laws, these codes? When did it get codified? The only laws we really have are conservation laws. See, in the 60s, we wanted to create our own judiciary system. We wanted to make our own court. That was part of one of the things that we were trying to do. Because we have to have an amendment to our Constitution to be able to create our own laws to be able to vote. Hey, did we ever vote on a seatbelt law? We ever vote on a headlight law? We ever vote on any kind of law? Never. So they come in Arizona in the 50s and they had drug trafficking going on, which has nothing to do with us. They said Public Law 280 is fixed. And they picked all these states that had the same type of IRA government, and they said Public Law 280 will work on them too. And we can put them under our thumb, and they can impose their laws on us on our own reservation. They have no authority to impose state law on us here at all. That's already been proven many times. I've proven that in court. You know, a few years ago, there was a guy in 6 affiliated tribes. His name was Charles Hudson. Hudson took on his tribe. Hudson versus Zinke, they called it. He challenged them because they were doing the same type of thing, making these resolutions and ordinances and everything else. And he said, hey, we never had a referendum vote on that. They went through court and they argued this and that. Bam, got to the decision. Hey, that guy's right. They had to undo all of that stuff. And then they called for we wanted what do they call it when they call it back into court? They wanted rehearing or whatever. And then they appealed it. And in the appeal, they said, oh, you have to be on tribal council to bring that lawsuit. And just some ordinary guy off the street can't do it. It has to be a tribal council member because you have to show that they did it wrong. What I want to ask right now is Eugene, hey, you want to do this, bring that lawsuit. That same thing, that same argument of Hudson versus Zinke. Because we had talked to that guy. Don Gooden and I had talked to the lawyer that had been handling that case, and he's in DC. But he can't handle that case for us because he's friends and worked with one of our lawyers, Veronica Newcomer. He calls her Ron. So he gave us the name of another lawyer in DC, and I'm hoping that Don kept that lawyer's name. But In all reality, if we could do that and undo all of these resolutions and ordinances, we'd get right back to where we have that power back in our hands. Then we can start voting on this stuff and quit getting railroaded. Because in reality, when they revoke that corporate charter, what does a corporate charter do? How many people understand what a corporate charter does? It establishes a business, right? Okay, when they revoke their corporate charter, they dissolve that business. Who is this body then that is controlling us? This MCT body, Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, was only created through that corporate charter. What did they slip in there in the place of that? What business are they running everything through? That's why I keep asking, where's your income statement? Where's your balance sheet? Where's your statement of cash flows and your statement of owner equity? Because with them documents, I'd be able to do an analysis and I'd be able to tell everybody exactly how we're standing as a tribe. But they stonewall me. Last year, I asked for an MCT meeting, never got anything. I asked for all the same documents of them and all their subsidiaries, which includes the RBCs of every reservation. I never got it. It's in their records of their meeting minutes. All these years, we've been trying to stop these things. We see the dope problem happening. How many of us are affected by the dope problem? Every single one of us in this room. But the public law 280, cops ain't gonna do nothing about it. Why? Hey, when I lived over there in Bruggeman's, across the street, I think Sass lives in now. We watched as Derek Cardinal gave these guys dope out in front of Bruggeman's parking lot, and they'd go down the street and sell. And every single person they sold to, they'd bust for 5th-degree possession. And when I called the sheriff on that, I said, that's entrapment. Doug Creer said, that's called making a buy. That's how we do things around here. And I was like, anywhere else, that's entrapment, man. You can't do that. A month later, he was like, I gotta quit. Can't do this anymore. Mike Ralph was the same thing. I brought the same thing up to Mike, didn't I, Mike? Told you that I've never seen that with Cardinal before. Yeah, you keep that big look on your face, because when you look at your retirement, bring it up. So how are we gonna do with the drug problem when it's a lot of the time, it's the drug task force that was bringing it in, giving it to these people as their CRIs, confidential, reliable informants. When we marched on the dope dealers when we were NAH, everybody around said we were crazy and we were stupid and we were fools. But we were going to these people's houses and we were saying, you know what? We don't want you to die. We're tired of watching people OD. We're tired of it. The cops are the ones bringing the problem. There's also some personal things, Mike Brock, that I told you that never got dealt with. Ever.
Can I respond one? Yes, no, maybe?
I guess I just got one question for you, Justin. Derek Cardinal never even worked for Monoma County when Doug Creer was there, so how, is it true what you're saying?
He worked for Whiters, he worked for you.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Why would Doug Crew have this?
Well, because after I had filed a report in Monoma County, the cops came into our house and tried to bust us, and they didn't have nothing to bust us on. Because it's like, why are they messing with us? Oh, why? Because I filled out a report on Cardinal? And then what happened? Oslowski ran over my cousin Bobcat's kid just down the street from our house. So we were given a warning that, oh, we better shut up. But I didn't shut up because I'm too dumb. I don't know how to shut up. Told you that then. Told you that then. And, you know, I mean, our reality, travel cop. Who post certifies these cops? Who do they post certified to?
Minnesota.
They're post certified through your agreements with the counties. They're certified through the state, ain't they? They're county cops in tribal uniforms, imposing state law on tribal membership through your agreements. True?
None of us signed it.
I'm not crazy. Is it true? Is it true? No.
Is that how that started?
When you were post-certified,
At the time, it's how it was established.
The agreements went away on legislation just this last year, so.
Oh.
So they need the cops at all of them. And they're imposing what laws on us? What tribal laws do we have?
You're not letting me talk here, okay? Okay? You're not giving the people the whole story, you're not. So But every time I respond, you turn around and yell back at me, so.
Have I been yelling?
Because, yeah, you have, yeah. Yes, you have.
Have I been yelling?
So anyways, this whole conversation about law enforcement and White Earth has been an ongoing situation, it has been. You know, yes, under Public Law 280, we're post licensed under the state of Minnesota. And we're post licensed under Minnesota, yes it is. Would you let me speak, please?
Take off.
I am. Let me take off then. Let me take off. That's the truth. So Eugene knows this. He was supported in everything. He supported the legislation that when we were under the contractual agreements, we took it to legislation. All the tribes in Minnesota that were under contractual agreements with the state of Minnesota decided that we wanted to be under our own. We're not bound by the county anymore. We're bound by the state. That's what we went back to. That's what we were. That's where it was supposed to be. So it gave us, as a tribe, basically the right to not be overseen by the county. Okay, this is a long conversation. If you guys really want to go through this, I mean, we've already done this. So I mean, you guys say that the cops are illegal. They're still illegal. I mean, no, Harvey, you got up here and you talked already. Harvey, you had your time. Now I'm just telling you, anybody wants to sit down with me after this and then I can show you all of this, but it's just, this has been an ongoing conversation and I just believe that this thing has already been, I'm gonna say, it's already there. It's already there, so. I'm defending myself as when I was the chief and I was the director of public safety, but there was people there before me on that, so. I mean, if you guys have that, Harvey, and you're saying that we're illegal, why is it still going on?
Why is it still going on?
People like Justin and them to figure it out for us.
Harvey, why is it still going on? Answer me.
Because you're forcing it upon us.
I'm forcing it on you?
Yeah, you've been doing it ever since you were.
Okay, that's your answer, okay. All right, thank you. Are you good?
And show us a referendum.
And then my last comment is when the lawyer said, oh, we signed a resolution and then we put it out for public comment. Consultation is not consent. Putting something out for public comment is not the same as a referendum vote. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Be good. All right, next up.
This ain't against anybody or anything. It's just when Eugene was presenting his charges earlier, he asked you guys to back him on his motion he put through, and he brought up a member that was enrolled in 2 tribes as his evidence. And that guy said, yeah, I was enrolled in 2 tribes. I voted. That was enough evidence for you guys to back him. He wasn't asking for you guys to back him against you guys. He was asking you to back up White Earth and figuring out the problem. Why this guy was able to be enrolled in 2 tribes and vote for us. So I don't know. The evidence was right there. This guy right here, you guys didn't even back Eugene on his motion.
Lori said that she didn't have the evidence right in front of her, and that's why she didn't want to make a motion.
Yep.
One of the charges specifically against LaRock was that he lives in the housing house, and he shouldn't be. He makes too much. Just go to his house. The evidence is right there.
Right.
He's a millionaire. He got homeless people that use the house. He makes hundreds of thousands of dollars. He can go buy his own home.
Yes.
I just want to make one last comment now. If the state of Minnesota, and these are by precedented cases, the state of Minnesota does not have civil regulatory authority, which means ticketing you for insurance, no license, you got a light out, you went through a stop sign, you were speeding, right? They don't have that authority. Then why in the hell is our tribal police pulling us over for that shit? Why is Monoman County all over the reservation, sheriff, pulling us over for that? Now the reservation, the RBC knows this. They know they don't have civil regulatory authority, but they're allowing it, they're in on it. Okay, and that's no BS. I mean, if somebody can prove me wrong, then do it, because there's already precedented cases. State versus Stone. There's cases out there. It's proven. They're in on it. They know they shouldn't be pulling people over and harassing our people. That's harassment. Wrongfully prosecuting us. That's no BS.
Just wanted, Mike, you made the comment, not the invited police are not under the county anymore, but the state give you guys authorization. Isn't that bordering on a treaty, which the state has no business doing, treating with Indians? Isn't that a federal?
Well, the agreements were with the state and they were with the county. The state, let me finish. The state delegated it down to the counties. And that's why we had counties had a hand over the tribal police. So with legislation, that took that hand off of there. So what eventually happened is that the police department had had everything is like, because we had to listen to the county agencies telling us what to do. And that's not what we were there for. So that's what these agreements went away. When agreements went away, we are our own entity now as a police department. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
You said legislation. Is that state legislation?
State legislation.
That's what I'm talking about. Isn't that bordering on a treaty? There's federal law that bars the state of Minnesota from collecting taxes, from having civil regulatory authority. So how can they turn around and give a sovereign nation authority to do anything? We're supposed to be sovereign people. The people are sovereign, but you guys are usurping that right and owning it as your own, like you're the sovereigns. Now, I know you guys didn't put that taxing agreement in place. That happened in the 70s, but you're enforcing it. You took our personal tax exemptions and you guys are collecting that. People that file taxes can file and get money back, but people like myself that don't file taxes, you guys are getting my personal tax exemption and using it. Each and every one of us. Well, that's an illegal agreement. There was never no referendum, or matter of fact, it was done behind closed doors without the people's knowledge, consent, or participation. About 2 years after it was in place, we find out we don't have our tax exemption anymore. It belongs to you guys. That's BS. You guys, Marvin and I have been asking for the last 6 RBCs and TECs administrations to overturn those agreements. Just think of the money that's Minnesota is getting 96 cents on a dollar and we're getting 4 cents. And there's federal law that says they shouldn't get a penny. You think that's a fair deal? Just thinking of millions of dollars that we could be collecting here. If there's going to be tax collecting, we should be doing that. We're supposed to be sovereign people here. But the state of Minnesota is coming in and ruling. It's like them going to Canada and ruling them. We're a different nation. We're, like Marvin always said, we're a unique, separate, sovereign people. Why the hell are we being treated like it? They go,
Mr. Michael?
You guys brought up before, we're under public law 280 as a state. So we don't have we're under county. And I don't understand why. if we're gonna lease our own lands, let's get rid of the county cops and take over and do it ourselves.
Right.
Either that or get rid of the tribal and let the cost go to the county. Or our other option is break away from public law 280. We have another tribe that did it. We don't need to be under state authority. We have no sovereignty under this public law 280. All our rights are pretty much swept away with that. I'd like the council to at least look into it. Go over the board's court, see how they did it. And from what I hear, it's pretty successful in what they did. Just something to consider, because we have given up a lot of rights to that public law 280. Thanks.
Does someone have a mic for Michael Heisler?
Spotlights on. Alright, here we go. Just a couple updates for you, everybody here. What we've been working on at housing is trying to get an incentive program passed, which we did a few months back at our housing board meeting. So if you guys pay your rent in full for the first 11 months, they have to be consecutive, you're 12 months free. Also, I've been pushing for, like we've been talking about drug epidemic. I'm just gonna put that down and talk for a second here, but that's the issue, right? We all gotta work together and combat this. So instead of housing coming pounding on your door, asking for an eviction notice, telling you you're getting kicked out, I said, that's not right. You need to work with the people and figure out what the problem is. Why aren't they paying their rent? Why are they in treatment facilities and things like that? We have programs available reservation-wide, so we put a person together called a liaison. She just got hired last week or 2 weeks ago. Jerry Lynn, she's gonna be knocking on doors, talking to you guys, trying to help you guys get in compliance with housing, because our last thing we want to do is evict you guys.
They're dealers.
What about that?
What if they're dealers?
If they're dealing, immediate eviction. That's all there is to it.
So do we report to you then?
About the security in the apartment building.
It's posted right now. If you want to work it, apply, please.
Okay, so
I'm asking for
on that?
I'll do it again.
All right, Mike, get it. I got apps, man. I love it.
Who do we
I need law enforcement up there. That's all there is to it.
Who do we report to? For drug dealers?
The police. I mean, you can report it to housing too, but that's.
Police, they're gonna evict them?
No,
Police
we can't just evict somebody off of hearsay. We have to have a report. So that's why I've been working with our new police officer that's working through housing. I was gonna get to that, but so that's the other thing I said. All right, we gotta work with our police department. So instead of us reaching out to them, I've been working with our local law enforcement, and they're doing a great job helping me, honestly, like on the actual issues. So, I mean, it's been going really well.
I have a question about that, because we had a conversation, if you remember when I called. That's my question. Are the police officers now, are you doing something when the call is made? Because the last time I made a call, you just sent them away. And then when I talked to Mike, he said, I can't do anything because the report wasn't made. And the report wasn't made because you guys just told him he had to leave the property. Reports should be made, right, all the time, so that way something can be done.
We're working on that, honestly, like,
Make sure that report is sent in.
That's right, that's what we're doing here,
You have to call and ask for that. Over 10.
I mean, we only have one police officer underneath me, and he's still technically not underneath me.
But that's how it's gonna go now, so we don't have to worry about making reports and they'll just send them away. Like, it'll actually be filed. So that's what happened, they just told them, oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing, like, the wider police enforcement is still gonna enforce that's not just for housing. This person just, our officer for housing is just technically to give us sole support because it was needed, and it's been helping. But they still have to do their job, Needless to say, we got 428 housing units. That one person can't serve every single one of them.
Absolutely not, but.
Yes, we're trying to work together.
What is your solution with the security cameras over there? I just had a car window broke out last week.
and nobody has footage of it.
The cameras work, so get in touch with, yeah, there you go. Let's talk after this. Get a hold of housing and I'll talk with you. Who did you talk to? I'll work with our police officer to review footage. Our cameras work.
Can you tell us a little bit about your new hire that you hired 2 weeks ago who was doing this work? Are they a tribal member?
Yes. To be honest, that process too, that all goes through the HR process. So, I mean, in the sense of things, yes, they are tribal, because that was important, right? You know, the communities need to feel comfortable. That's the whole point of that position.
Right. How was it before? Used to get reports from the police department.
Well, that's what me and the police officer are working with. We talk to each other every day. So, I mean, we're dealing with that.
Got so many CIs out there that sell it to each other.
No, I know.
How many people we lost?
No, I know. I do. It's a tough situation. We gotta figure out both sides of things. What?
How many police are working here?
One.
So only one policeman covers
No,
the whole reservation and all of White housing?
No, absolutely not. They still have to do their job. It's an asset to help, so it's directly through housing. So if I have a house, like an issue, correct? Like I can go straight through him. I don't have to just, go through the whole police chain. Yep.
That one property gonna deal with all of them issues?
I can't pop 50 cops out of my back pocket.
I know the tribal council should be helping you with that. The protection of our people, for crying out loud.
Does that one officer get paid any more compared to the others, or how does that work?
I think that's confidential, but, to be honest, well, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what his payroll is. I mean, that's not the point, right? The payroll still goes through police. But I'm not sitting here looking at payroll numbers like that. I'm just asking for help for the police to help housing and combat the issues. It's just that simple. Like I don't get into the deep to that crap.
Your tribal council, money. How? Are these guys HUD security? That's how they put it. Right, to get that grant.
The police is gonna have to talk for this, because I'm housing.
That's part of housing, right? It's HUD. All right, and that's the way they got started. They're supposed to be HUD security, not police officers here. We never voted on them to be here.
I mean, like I said, I don't know what to tell you here, because I'm just giving the housing report.
I just have one question. So I've been getting messages from the housing board, and the housing board is saying that they passed a resolution in the past that states that no tribal council members can live in housing units. Is that true? Can we get that information?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get all the meeting minutes from the last year posted on our website.
Could you just call admin right now and see if they have that on file?
I can.
All right.
I mean, I can text them, and I don't know how fast it's gonna be, but I mean, we can pull meeting minutes. That's it. We can do that.
No, you can just message your staff and see if they can retrieve that information.
Yeah.
If not, no big deal. We can get it at a later date.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. Meeting minutes are open to the public. That's the other thing. I'm trying to be transparent as absolutely possible. I mean, I want housing to have some type of form of comfort again. I know, like, I hate the fact that history says that you should be scared of housing, and they're trying to kick you out. It's the opposite. We're here to help you. We're here trying our best to help get better housing. I mean, it's gonna take years. I mean, literally, I'm busting my butt. I ain't gonna lie. So anyways, right back to my report. So the shorts program, that's state funds. 29 houses in Nadawash got re-sided, windows, soffit, fascia, doors. That's 98% complete. Yeah, that's looking good up there. I had the state liaison, tribal liaison, he's a great guy, Corey. We went through there, he liked it. I said, hey, look how many other houses we got that we gotta get fixed up. He's like, Mike, here's some more money, chase it, we're chasing. So, the next round is I'm gonna focus on is white earth for the next rehabs, but that's grant processes, it can take years, but that's the goal.
Mike,
Yep.
in White Earth, we have the roundhouse with elders in there that are freezing to death. And they haven't even put on plastic yet. Tomorrow's February. And I called up the housing.
So,
Get an answer and nobody will.
on the plastic?
And they won't give me you, put me through to you.
You can talk to me, you know that. I'm open.
I tried, Mike, I called up there and they won't.
Well, come talk, just drive right in and walk in my office. You know I'm open to talk to you anytime,
And
anybody.
then I got two elders in that same complex that are in wheelchairs that are out there shoveling snow.
I hear you.
People that are supposed to be helping, they're shoveling for the elders.
Daryl, the department there, years
I called up there and asked for housing to put plastic on. Tomorrow, February,
It is not housing, but Daryl.
getting colder again.
I understand that we've got busted up, beaten up units. I mean, we're
Well,
like,
Mike, if you talk to me, tell your staff to put the calls through.
absolutely.
They don't get through.
Okay, I'll
Call back.
have to try and reach out. I'm trying to get our staff to be as transparent as
But
possible
in
to
the
pass
meantime,
things.
these elders are freezing because their beds are all plugged up too.
We'll be down there. That's all there is to it. I'll get somebody to get plastic on windows and we'll get it to fix the problem. I know that Craig's been looking at them boilers down there. They're old. They need to get replaced. We're chasing our tail in circles. But I'm gonna get to the roundhouse. We're going to. Thank you for addressing that. Healthy homes, dollars. We're planning on doing roofing in White Earth, Callaway, Elbow Lake. We just applied for a 4C grant. That's through Enterprise. Grant writer just put it in yesterday. It's some dollars to help actually administer and hopefully get a program off the ground up and running. And that program is, the idea is to chase a tribal HUD VASH village. So we get tribal veteran vouchers, and I feel that's underserved. And the reason it's underserved is because we don't have enough housing for them to go through. And my idea and goals are to actually start a village for our elders that are veterans. 20 house complex, security, so there's no elder abuse that's going on, coffee in the middle, vouchers are filled, and that's kind of one of my goals and another housing project that we're going after. Let's see what's next. Federal home loan, we're planning on utilizing that for furnace dollars and appliances. Riverland, utilizing tax credits to get that building operational again. I understand the dying need that building needs to get fixed, and I'm constantly planning and pre-planning, working on tax credits, working with architects how to figure out that building. It's just long processes. I understand it don't look like it's getting done, but it takes.
You're not listening to anybody.
MHFA grant, so like I just discussed, the state was with me in Nadawash, pretty cool, showed them what we need, showed me some more funds to chase. I talked to our grant writer, we're finding more grants and grants to go after, and we're doing our best to chase those dollars to fix housing. YouTube channel, that's live. So, like our last board meeting, you can go on our YouTube channel and watch it. And for the future, you can watch all our housing board meetings.
I haven't heard of you, and people are saying you're a friend. Is that true? And you're not in that book?
It's not true.
Not true?
Then,
why aren't you in that book?
We're continuing on doing employee trainings for all of our staff to better serve the tenants, and that's all I got.
Consider your own
I'm done.
What are you talking about? I'm done with you too.
I'm gonna
talking to
answer
you.
my.
Are you guys in HUD policy to regulate our housing, all housing?
Yeah, we're doing our best. That's all I can say.
Policy to have.
We changed that policy because we got
Why are you still in it?
members over there, young people,
Never once started.
no children,
They told you you couldn't be in there.
trailers.
They never did.
Yeah, they did. It's against that
Reason.
policy. That's why we've been.
I'm with you 100%. I said drop 1,000 houses
Is
on
that
the ground.
money?
You gotta wait until the 15 days. Oh, you can answer now. You can act now. You know that, right?
I hate the fact that they do that to you guys. I really do.
Go ahead, do it then, Mike.
I'm trying. That's all I can say, guys.
Oh, what about
I can't answer you guys anymore, but I'm doing my best.
It's so hard for our people. You guys make it harder for us here.
Honestly, if you guys want to come help me.
And I just, talking to you here, I just want to touch on a few words that were spoken here.
You and Kathy gonna tell us?
And we'll go back to Laura Lee here and this keto. We have people freezing. Laura said we have a crisis, a serious problem, and a shortage of housing.
Absolutely.
Here we have a man right here making $190,000. And we got family members of 2 or 3 families living in one house. There's guidelines under HUD of what you can make.
Absolutely.
No, let me finish.
Absolutely.
Let me finish. I'm asking Laura, Mike, Henry, and Eugene if this is fair to our people, to the elders that are living with 2 or 3 families in the house, and some people are freezing, and some people can't even get help. Is that fair? I'm asking, that's what I'm asking you guys. Is that fair to let this man live in a house, cheating on our own people? That's what's happening. I just want to, please, give your opinion. Raise your hand if you think this is not fair. There you go. I'm not looking for an answer from you, but I'm asking your opinions. Henry Fox, we're from the same district. What is your opinion?
Two.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you know damn well, I grew up in that goddamn district.
You did.
My life,
Yeah, you did.
All right, so come on, Laura. Mike, Henry, what is what's your answers here? You're supposed to have courage when you take this position, not be a goddamn chicken shit, hide behind these people. Don't be a hang out for a hater. I'm just telling you. What is your opinion?
I never supported
What is your
that.
opinion?
I never supported that when it happened.
So that's actually true. It's in the charges that I wrote down. It was the exact date of the housing board meeting when they told Mike Larotte, the housing board said that, no, we're not going to convey you your house because it's a low income HUD unit and that's against HUD policy and we could possibly go into receivership. But Mike Larotte was there, but he's talking on the phone with me because I actually supported him on it because, some tragedies that happened. So I said, yes, I will support you on it. Henry, his housing board members did not support it. And right now, no, I don't think that's fair. My friend that's dead now, Derek Keyser, he grew up in that house and I grew up there with him, you know what I mean? And it's not fair. If I could make a motion right now to, have Larotte removed from that house, I would do that right now. That's my district. I would want to make that motion right now.
I still didn't get my answers from them though. I didn't get my answers from Laura, Mike.
Yeah, and I just told you, Leonard, I never supported that, so.
So you're agreeing that he should be removed?
Well, if there's rules for you, yeah.
Okay, all right, there, we got one. Laura?
So I went to the restroom quick. What was the question, Leonard?
The question is, this man right here, making pretty close to 200 grand a year, literally taking a house from an elder or people with a family,
You show me.
with 2 or 3 families in there. And we got people
Share
freezing.
everybody my budget so they know my wages.
Is that fair?
You should do the same.
When we got
Share your
people,
budget, you can figure it
elders,
out. You don't have to say it, you know what I mean?
cold. I thought we were supposed to take care of our elders instead of giving reference to a certain person.
Let her answer.
That's not right. Not right.
Your point,
You got the evidence now, police in the house.
and we each have representatives on there, but there's also policies and procedures to be followed and,
Policies under HUD. You only can make so much.
right.
Okay, right.
They have to be followed.
Question.
Okay, Mike, what is your opinion, Mike? Should he stay there or leave?
Well, it's up to the housing board.
No, your opinion, your opinion. Your opinion.
I take my
Right.
direction from my housing board rep. He's not here right now.
He didn't want it either.
He recommends
No.
double back.
Okay,
That day Buddha was there, he said no, he didn't approve of it, so that your housing board member said no, so what's your opinion on it, Chairman? Well, I told you it happened.
Yeah, but I gotta talk to Buddha.
Call him up, you're right. Well, legal counsel, so I made a motion to remove Michael Rock out of that housing house because it's unfair to our people. And I feel like we already set precedents, and there was a person that didn't, a non-enrolled person that was committing fraud there. Wouldn't that be the same thing? He's over income, if he everybody has to do recertifications who income recertifications, when we live in housing houses. So if he is over income, isn't he violating, those policies, and can't we remove him then?
May I provide some information?
I'm gonna look at and have, Autumn, she's our new tenant service manager, I'll have her pull his files, we'll take a look at it, see what the numbers are. Absolutely, that's it.
Motion, Randall. Just made a motion.
Oh, I didn't know that, sorry.
Hey, hold up. Give legal a chance to reply, bro. Give him the phone.
Mike, you should be in a homeless shelter.
Yeah, he got.
I got something to say, so,
It has to be.
Mike Heisler,
Yeah.
I got something to say.
Yep.
Everybody seems to be ganging up on me today, so.
No,
I got something, no, listen to me, just listen to me. I've been in that house for 20 years. 20 years as a police officer and as a council member. And I've never, and no one's ever, no housing authority has never told me that I cannot be there. I'll tell you that right now. I do all my, no, listen, you need to be quiet, Eugene.
Boss. That's why they don't say anything.
No, you need to be quiet. No, I wasn't their boss as the chief of police. I was in there. Federal law stated that under HUD rules, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike Heisler, that you as a police officer or a public servant can be in that house. That's what I was told. If that's what the housing, no, listen, let me finish. I didn't do this on purpose. I was in that house for 20 years, I told you. And there's nobody, not one, I never got one eviction notice. I never did. So you guys need to know the truth because, no, I don't even know who you are back there, so. You tell me, I want you to produce, and then Eugene asked for it. He claims that there's a resolution saying no tribal council member can be in Logan of us. There was another tribal council in there, and they did configure his house to him. So don't tell me that we can't do that. So, and I never went to the housing board myself and asked that. No, Eugene, no, you already said it already. You already said it already. So that's what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna stick up for myself now. I'm tired of sitting here listening to you people run me down when everything that was done was legal. If it's not ethical, then why is everybody making a deal out of it now when I've been in there 20 years?
Everyone's scared of you.
Nothing
So they're scared of me? Okay. All right, you could come down, okay? I had a chance
Mike,
to
now that you're
talk to
done,
myself, yeah.
now that you're done, may I please? No?
Hold on, Tammy, there's a motion on the floor
Okay.
right now.
So the housing authority has their own policies and procedures and their own governing documents. I don't have those in front of me, but I guess I would be concerned with taking any sort of action right now without information, and especially if the powers to manage those housing units are vested with another body. It could be problematic to take a vote on the issue. It would potentially just have no value.
Got a
That's
computer?
your legal opinion though, so there's still a motion on there, so I'm, you know, we gotta, is someone gonna second it? And if it's not a legal, can't do anything, but the motion is still out there.
Second. Quorum, I'm asking you for a motion.
Can't you look up on your computer right now and look at the rules? I mean, he should know the rules.
We have to get policies and procedures, pull them all up, and I'll get them over to you. I never expected this to happen.
Well, you must know people, there's requirements for people to be qualified.
Yeah, I know
their income, right?
Absolutely.
Well, then,
I'm not gonna speak off of something that I'm not reading for in front of all you people and all you. It's just how it's gonna be. Like, I'm gonna make sure that this is proper. That's all there is.
How soon?
What is it, Friday? Start working on it on next week? I mean, I'm transparent. You guys ain't gotta look at me like I don't know what's going on either. So it's kind of frustrating that you put me on the spot. You know,
What can you? That's all.
Motion passed.
Here's the ball.
Chairman, how does this work? Do I put a motion out there, do you call it, and then someone seconds it, or what?
No, you defer to legal to find out if it's privy to us with the housing board, if we can override that, if we can override a housing, policy. I mean, that's something I guess Andrea will ask us.
Doesn't the housing authority derive their authority from who? The RBC, right? You should know this, you're the chairman, you've been the chairman for how long?
I don't have the information in front of me, but if there's a motion and there's not a second, then the motion dies.
What's that?
So if there's a motion and there's no second, the motion dies.
Okay, but, so I called it, but isn't the chairman supposed to call that? So I put it and he's like, there's a motion. He never said there's a motion on the floor and he never recalled it for the second time. So how does it die? We're not following Robert's rules of orders like we're supposed to.
I never asked, is there a second for his request?
Not a second. It's dead. Can't sit here all day. Only gets to ask for a motion.
He said they're checking into it. There's a housing board too that governs the housing authority. That's why we have delegates on it.
Motion to table into it is all.
Motion dies, so.
No, you gotta bring it back one more time.
All right, is there a second?
Am I allowed a second since you called the motion? Second.
Check into.
Call, roll call, votes. You called it. You said it, Chairman. Yes, you did. You did. It's on live.
Motion fails. Thank you. All right, thank you, Michael, for that report. I appreciate it. We'll get the information to the people. That's what you want, so we'll get that ready for you. Next up is the Indian Health Service. We have Ramy here, so thank you.
Can we get a short recess where everyone needs to use the bathroom?
All right, let's take a break. Motion, take a break.
Second. No, I don't think this one.
Eugene, you gotta go first. First it.
Already motion.
All right, thank you, everyone. Rich, we're going to resume the meeting at 3:06 here. Next up is IHS.
Hi, I am Randy Running, the CEO of White Earth IHS, also oversee Negawash and Pine Point. And some exciting things is our final construction is due to be complete at the end of February, so the final phase will be done. It's a couple of years behind, so it will be pleasant to have that behind us. With that being said, there's going to be some moving around for the final departments, including radiology and lab are the biggest ones that will affect patients. There'll be limited lab services on the 7th as we are relocating all of the equipment into the new area. There will continue to be through the month of February where in the medical appointments at White Earth, where they will drive labs for you still, just so that when the final everything is moved over, then we will give better notice of what expectations to be helpful for our patients being seen. So we're trying to make it as convenient as possible through this final phase. Part of the final phase where all of the new remodel has taken part, we're changing out and updating better flooring. The previous flooring had quite a few defects, and so to be so new into a new area, it made sense for this to be the best time to put better flooring in that will work for the long term for the entire facility. We are working, getting our application in. It should be submitted Wednesday of next week for our reaccreditation for AAHC. So that will be exciting to have that done and over as well. We have a new area director, so the Bemidji area office, Dr. Chris Poole. That has been an open position with ACTIV for a little over a year. So it's great to have a permanent staff member there join our team. For the White Earth service units, we will have a new clinical director, Dr. Mike Sundberg, will be starting with us middle of March to the end of March, somewhere in there. He currently is the liaison for the University of Minnesota. He is dual board certified in pediatrics and internal medicine. So we're extremely excited to be getting him as our clinical director. We've had that vacancy for quite some time, and he's absolutely wonderful. So we feel very lucky to be getting him. The dental department, I believe it was last Friday, saw 100% of the same day need for our patients. So those who were walk-ins, call-ins, 100% of those patients were seen. They've been making really great transitions and changes over the last 6-7 months. I know that we haven't worked all of the kinks out, but from the previous amount of patients that have been on a really long waiting list of numbers, they're doing a great job at least putting a dent in that. If you are having difficulty and issues, I've gotten a few names here today with me, and I'll bring that back. And I will have the dental department actually reach out to you, just because it will be better for scheduling and things than for me to be the middle person. If you have not heard in a week, please call me directly, and I will ensure that it's been checked on again. Okay? With our PRC, we're doing a lot of great work. We're getting more staff in the PRC department. We've added one contract staff member, Mariah. She's doing fabulous. And then we have Annie as another permanent staff member. She too is picking right up and doing an excellent, excellent job. So we're actually seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, which is really fun and exciting. But again, we still have issues internally, but there's a lot of issues still externally that we are working with a lot of our vendors and our fiscal intermediary where all the money exchange kind of happens. And with that, they are now being held accountable to be doing the job that they are hired to do, where they were maybe lacking previously. There was a new, it just came out actually for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So if our patients are being put into collections from an outside entity, we are able to file a complaint at the service unit on behalf of the patient, and or the patient can also file for this on behalf of the individuals, which is great because that too will hold those outside entities accountable and not be sending our patients into collections because it shouldn't be happening. It's not legal for it to be happening. So this took a long time coming down from headquarters. So we're making great strides. And moving forward in some depleted departments that have been depleted for a long time. So good things are coming. When I first entered into this seat, I said it would be 2 to 3 years until we start seeing that change happening and benefits starting to move forward in the right direction where our patients are going to actually see the difference and stop going into collections. And so I would say in the next year, we were going to start seeing the momentum actually happening on behalf of our patients. A lot of hard work has gone into that. Yeah.
I just had some questions about like the federal funding freeze and stuff and how that's impacting it. I know they rescinded it, but how would that impact our IHS services? And then another thing, I found out that we have, over 5,000 tribal members that are under, the 25% blood quantum. And then, their descendants that are, 2 generations are able to utilize those services also. So like, I'm really wondering, because like I haven't been able to get an appointment. And then when I gave you my bill for when I cut my hand right before ricing season, and that bill wasn't paid, it went to collections. So I'm just wondering, like, how many tribal members living on the res have been seen last month at our clinic in Negawash? Like, those are the kind of the things I want to know. Like, how many people on the reservation are actually using those services? Because every time we go in there, it seems like there's folks from like Fargo, Detroit Lake, Bemidji, like off the res utilizing those services, and then like our own people aren't able to access those. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. However, access at both facilities, both Pine Point included, has not been an issue because we've increased our primary care staff. Along with that, we have brought in IPA contractors to the University of Minnesota, both for pediatrics and their sorry.
I just want to know how many tribal members are getting seen.
The tribal members who are coming in to make appointments are being seen.
No, like from White Earth. I mean, like live on the reservation. That's what kind of data I want to know.
It's really hard actually to calculate that data, only because in any of the federally recognized tribes, those individuals come in and have the ability. It is their right, for their treaty right, to be seen at any IHS facility that's nationally recognized. If you are a member of any nationally recognized tribe and you are a descendant, you just need to prove lineage. The direct patients that are under direct, meaning they can have services within IHS, here, Cass Lake, Bemidji, any of those other, Red Lake, any other, you can go down south and be seen. They are not contract health eligible to be seen on outside services and have those services covered. Okay.
Let's see here. So I guess I remember we had a meeting with like the IHS superintendent. We came to White Earth and we did the tour and everything. And I kind of asked him like, he actually stated that we could choose who goes to our clinic, who gets preference. So like, I would like to see preference for tribal members living on the reservation to get seen at our clinic, especially when there's an administration that wants to take those resources away from us. You know what I mean? So like, I know elders that, they get dentures through IHS and it's really a long process. And by the time they get their dentures, they don't fit because their bone structure in their mouth has changed. And then it's just like, I feel like, so like in your opinion, do you think like if we put preferences on services for our tribal members that are living on the reservation, do you think it would alleviate, because then we don't have, 5,000, it would be like 15,000 extra people coming and getting services on our reservation. Because I think there's only 3,500 members that live on White Earth, because I have the statistics from MCT. So like, that's what I want to know. And if we can do that, I mean, I don't know, I would really like to talk about that and see what the process is to doing that. Maybe
Lucille Silk here. Question for Randy. The call-in service again. People call in beginning at 7:30, like we say, and they cannot get through yet. So that is not working for medical, for any of it. Dental, they tell you still they're 6 months out.
9 months out, I got.
Or a year.
Over a year.
Whatever. Just recently had a person, I had to go to Michael Rock and Laura because that person had 2 abscesses. And she went in November. And it wasn't until January, almost the middle of January, when I went to the tribal council to be able to get that person in. Abscesses, that could have killed her, could have gone through her system. They gotta do better than that. And again, these are our elders, our enrolled elders that are getting the service. And for myself, and I know I finally went to you too, because I was supposed to be treated. I had gone down to, they sent me into an emergency December 20th. It was January 13th before I got seen. A referral, and I kept telling people down there, the nursing department, pharmacy, I said, I do not need contract health care. I have my own insurance, Medicare, and I purchased insurance for myself. It didn't matter. All they wanted to do was send a referral to see if I was eligible on their list of 1, 2, 3, or whatever the hell it is. But you know, I said, I don't need that. You know, what kind of care is that? The follow-up care. We need to do better with that. And I'm not the only one or the other person that had the abscess. There's many, many others that aren't getting referrals, follow-up care that's needed. And I'm not picking on you, I'm just stating it, that's the truth. And the contract,
what are you gonna do?
health service,
We're not gonna act on it?
people, the agencies that don't get paid, they don't go to you or back to the person right away. They'll maybe send a letter to them, they bring the letter in, then they're not seen. Then it goes back into collections, this rotates again. They take their income tax. Right now it's into income tax season. So many people again they're taking their income tax and they can't get that back. So again, there's gotta be better follow-up. Thank you.
And thank you. And we are working on those types of things, and we did. It's a lot, and I'm sorry that we're still falling short in certain areas, but we'll continue to work on it and strive for excellence. We have a very committed team, and we have a solid team right now, and so with that, we will continue to do better.
What I have problems with the clinic is for a little while there, you didn't have an x-ray operating machine in your White area. So I called regarding chest pain. I knew it was just both, but they gave me the option to either go to Natiwash or Detroit Lakes. then the nurse started talking because me being diabetic and an elder, they sent me to Detroit Lakes. They referred me, which happens to a lot of us. We go to appointments and we get referred out. But then once we get referred out, we receive that bill. And we turn it in 100 times over and we still keep receiving that bill. So just like Tito said, then we're in a collection situation. That needs to be fixed. If you guys refer us out, you need to let that clinic or that, wherever you refer us, they need to know that ahead of time and that bill should go directly to the White Earth Clinic.
So with that being said, I had mentioned earlier that we do have internal issues. However, we have come a long ways on our internal issues, and a lot of the issues that do go on between the PRC program happen to be a lot of outside issues, and we are working closely and trying to teach those outside entities more about the program of IHS and contract health services.
But if they know already that you're referring them out, when they referred me to Detroit Lakes, they should have let that clinical station know, then the nurses know, put on that line that I'm getting referred, that I'm not the responsible party in the bill.
So for...
It was very recent.
No, and they do. So each time that there is a referral, that does get faxed to that other entity, and they do receive that. And
why can we personally receive the bill?
That's just part of the outside. Those are the dysfunctions and difficulties.
It's been doing that for a very, very long time. It's not like that.
No, it's not. But each place has had a lot of turnover and change too. And so each time there's new people on the outside starting, no one else is the same. So each time there's turnover with their leadership and their billing departments and all of those, everybody has to be retrained because it is really difficult. There's a lot of moving parts within the PRC program. And unless you work within IHS, it's a really difficult program to understand for the outside agencies. It really is. So we're trying, we're re-educating, educating again and again. We have monthly meetings with Ascension and Sanford. So we're doing a lot of work. We are, and I know that it doesn't feel that way. And again, it's going to take time, and I'm not going to under project. It's going to take time. It's going to be another year until we have gotten movement. We had issues with our FI. Now they're being held accountable. So all of these extra components were very, very difficult barriers for our patients, number one, and also our staff. And the work just kept climbing up and up and up.
Yeah.
And Eugene, in response to the dentures and things like that, Dr. Kumba is working, we're trying to purchase better, equipment in general, so that we can do all of the crowns, and we would be able to do dentures and partials and all of that internally instead of going external where they do, they get impressions, right? And it takes several times to get these impressions, and then by the time the dentures come, they don't work with it because the structure of their mouth has changed. So with the ability, with the right equipment, we will be able to speed up that process for our patients so that they're not having to wait a year to receive dentures from start to finish. And I believe there's about 43 patients currently on that list who are needing partials and dentures and things like that. So again,
how many of them are tribal members from White Earth that live on the reservation? Like back to my other question was, how do we start that process and start that preference so we know that our people are being seen at our clinic?
So you would have to, I would recommend working with Lindsay, and you would have to figure out amongst yourselves how you would like for that to roll out. If you want, I mean, you would have the abilities to decrease services to individuals. It's up to you guys. However, funding goes along with that too. So be mindful that if you decrease numbers, the funding goes along with that.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're not getting service, you know what I mean, it doesn't matter. So like if we alleviate the amount of people going in, You know, I mean, we lower that number, then we should get faster service, right? And then we won't have these underlying issues like following us, like, you know, if like our jaw changes or if our teeth need to be fixed, you know what I mean? We're avoiding a lot of that, and I think it might actually save us money in the long run. And then just the public health of the community goes up now because we're not sick anymore. You know?
Sounds great in theory. However, there's a lot of moving parts to that.
Well, I mean, in theory, it sounds better than the system we got now because there's people accessing those services that aren't even like 25%, like are 1%, but then we're turning away people that are, you know,
so
basically the 2-generation descendants from 25 would be 6.5%, I think. So there's people under that are getting services like probably got like 1,000 people, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's really alarming. And then 2 generations of their family,
sure.
You know what I mean?
However, when you think of overall budgetary, okay, so for IHs, for our service, we are budgeted at 18%. That's what we receive from the federal government. So the remaining, we make up with third-party revenue. So we have to have the third-party resources in order to keep our doors open and seeing all of the patients. So it is very important having those alternate resources of different insurances to be able to continue to serve our people in the way that they need to be served with high quality care, right? And also, with that being said, we're here to take care of everybody. And that is, we want quality care to everybody who walks through our door.
We're not getting it though. We're not getting the quality care, you know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, if we gotta make our own tribal members, you know, we gotta make them, what do you call it? Take precedence, or, you know, give them, what do you call it? I just said it. Anyways, if we give them preference, you know what I mean? I feel like the service to our people is going to get better because, like, I thought it was Indian Health Services, you know what I mean? If you're under the 2-generation quantum, it's like, why are we serving all these people? You know, I think that needs to be fixed. And then if they want to get served somewhere else, go to Leech Lake, go to Red Lake, like we have to. Like, I have to go to Leech Lake to go get served because I can't even get an appointment at our clinic.
I did make a report already, but in 2023, I was put on a list to see dental. And so in 2024, February last year, I asked where I was on the list, and they said, oh, we got rid of that list last year. And I was not told. So in February of last year, I made an appointment, and they gave it to me for November 20th or something of last fall. And I said, it was snow on the ground, and by the time I'm being seen, there's going to be snow on the ground. And I said, I'll take it. Well, I was called 2 days before my appointment, and they canceled it because the hygienist walked out.
I made it.
And then I said, well, can I make another appointment? And they said, maybe in February of this year. So I've been looking since 2023 to see the dentist. And my question is, why? Are we lacking dentists? Are we lacking hygienists? Wait a minute. And if we are, I'm strongly urging our tribal council to put money where our mouth is. I mean, my teeth are getting bad, and next thing you know, I'm going to be on the dental list. And so it's because we don't have money. I just
And so that was a particular one issue. So now we have 6 dentists, which is phenomenal. And they're all really good workers, and they're seeing a lot of patients each and every day, and they're there for the right reasons. Now the hardship has been, it's difficult for recruiting of the hygienists. We had a commission for our hygienist, the community hygienist leave, and within our HR process, something get an announcement out there. And there isn't a lot of hygienists in our area who are looking for public health. It's completely different. Public health is completely different than going and working within a private practice. Their whole methodology is just different. So it really takes a certain individual who would be interested in public health, such as IHS. Another great part that has changed in the last 7 months is Dr. Kumba. When he interviewed for the position, it struck out as, he said, we should not be practicing the 1970s dentistry. This is 2024 when you first was interviewing for the job. And we need to relook at the whole layout of public health, and that includes dentistry. Teeth are just a component. This is what he said. Teeth are just a component of dentistry. It's all over part of your health. And so but again, it takes time. And now that we have all these wonderful dentists, now we need that supportive staff. And right now we have one hygienist, Linda, and she's phenomenal. And you will not find a more passionate woman for her job.
Get an appointment soon?
No, we are working, we're trying to get a contractor. We're trying to get a contractor in for hygiene. But again, it's hard to recruit those positions.
Yeah, I sent.
Right now, it's almost February in Minnesota. So we are working, and it is kind of one of our top priority departments because we've gotten so far. We want to keep moving forward and keep making the improvements and striving.
And also the same exact thing happened to me with optometrist. So once again, last February, I made that appointment. And I knew it was coming up. I knew it was February 13th or 14th. So I called him 2 days ago and he go, oh, our optometrist is forced retirement. He has to use all his built up time off leave. So they had to cancel my appointment. So same thing with that, and my eyes are bad as well. So I've been waiting a year for both.
Yeah, good, exciting news. We're getting a contract. They're going through the credentialing process, and they should be here probably middle to late February. That's one. And then we have a permanent second optometrist coming in who will be here full time. He grew up in the Detroit Lakes community, went down south, worked for HHS, and is coming back, and will be in White. So.
Okay, good.
It's looking better. I know it's frustrating, and I'm sorry for the frustration. I am.
Do you deal with the pharmacy part too?
Yeah.
Okay, since I was Dr. Bennett Mayo Clinic, they gave me a name brand medication. And I went and started going out here, IHS, and they cannot get it for me. They substituted 2 lower class ones instead of the 1. What happens, I would use, because I just get substandard medication.
No, it is not substandard medication that IHS receives. We go off of a formulary for many reasons. If it is a non-formulary medication, we do have a process. However, many medications have 2 different names, and or they will come in a very similar class in category. When you look at the ingredients of particular medications, you may not get the one with the one name, but we will have what would be considered generic or a different name of the same similar med. It's not the same because it's not the same name, but a different company. So the cost to us, we are able to better control our costs for medications as they're very expensive. And our pharmacy staff does do, I mean, we have remarkable pharmacists with so much knowledge that they really look hard and try to do what's best for the patient because they do want to take care of you. Right, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they still have, dental hygiene. At one time they had a training program. Do they still have anything like that?
There was dental assistant, on the job training, not the hygienist. Hygienist, is pretty rigorous and it's really difficult, part of medicine to get into. I know that there was one in Moorhead. There used to be more schools that offer that, but a lot of places aren't offering it any longer. But it's kind of a very competitive role to get into. We are looking, and headquarters is actually looking at this as well, which is great to have, where in medicine, you have your physicians with the ND behind their name, and then you have APPs, advanced practice practitioners. You have midwives, you have nurse practitioners, you have physician assistants, all of those are the APPs. They also have what's called an advanced therapist for dental. So it's an advanced dental therapist, which comes into that category of that middle advanced practice provider. The University of Minnesota has a beautiful, beautiful program. However, within IHS, because it is not recognized in all of the states of the United States, we can't just go by Minnesota statute. So they're working to acknowledge similar to what APPs are. Now we have wonderful APPs, but this would also help. It's geared specifically for our areas, rural areas that are hard to bring in advanced physicians, dentists, all of those tougher to recruit positions, but yes. One sec, they have it on.
Yeah, I just had a question. Do you guys have in place down like for the dentist, like what Tina was talking about? Somebody with 2 excess teeth and waited 2 months to get in. She ended up losing 1 tooth, and like she said, she could have died from that. Is there a priority thing, like somebody comes in with an excess tooth, have priority over somebody that's needing a filling or something like that?
Yes, and what they have newly incorporated within the dental department is a better way of triaging. So they have 2 people answering the phones. They have Tim and Annalise, and they do where it's similar to medical triage, where you have kind of your hot words that are like, oh geez, this is more urgent than what we should be handling here. We're going to send you on. They have put forth a better triage within dental to be able to do better priorities. However, we are seeing now over 95% of the same day need of patients. So that is significantly improved where previously it was 1 to 2 a day. And now it's, last Friday it was 100% of the same need, which those are pretty, it's a great direction that we want to continue heading in. Have we gotten it perfect? Absolutely not. Is there room to go? Absolutely there is, and we're doing our best to get there, but it takes time.
I apologize, everybody, to keep asking questions, but thank you. I have 2 questions. I have 2 semesters in for my graduate studies in holistic health. And so I know a lot about holistic health and integrative care, and I'm just curious to know if the IHB has any plans to put in holistic health, mind, body, soul, and things into the federally funded program. And also I wanted to ask, since you said that there's been turnover within your, clinic and things of that nature, do you think, can I ask you your opinion, and you don't have to answer, but I'm wondering if there's any type of personal conflict that goes on within the clinic. Again, going with the preventative issues of holistic and preventative care, talking about lateral violence, because I know it happens in the nursing community too. So can you tell me if that is something that you face and something that we might want to address as far as healing and looking at the roots of the issues? Thank you.
Sure. So first, to answer in regards to the integrative holistic medicine, the behavioral health program through the CS38 contract through the tribe, they do and have really, implemented some great, they're off to a great start. And as the rules that apply with it being a 638 program, we are not able to duplicate that service via IHS. So we won't be able to hire a service with IHS that the tribe is already offering. However, there's many different rules that could also be emphasized, right, with the particular role, depending on the licensure and things as well. But yes, is there turmoil amongst staff? Sure, absolutely, there is everywhere. And that's just, I'm not gonna pretend that there's not, there is. I think you get that everywhere. I've worked at a few different, I'm a nurse by background, I've done that over half of my life, absolutely. And it seems to be kind of everywhere.
You think that it's very much, very important to try and address these things, to try and find healing for preventative care. And so we can prevent these types of interpersonal conflicts and situations.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. One component too is accountability of staff as well. And that sometimes can create turmoil without any intentions of creating turmoil. It's just one of those innate responses that we sometimes can get catty because we're being held accountable.
Traveling tonight.
Particular.
Huge.
Silent. Of emotional intelligence.
Yeah, we do a lot of training actually through IHS. We're mandatory. Every year we have to do significant amounts of training for all of those to make a very safe environment for our staff and just culture, because that's really what we aim for. Again, do we get it 100% of the time? No, everybody's gonna have a bad day once in a while. We just have to sometimes meet those people where they're at, not to allow poor behavior or abuse of aggressive behavior, but to also understand that maybe that person is going through a really hard personal outside issue, and how can we better support you? We have EAP through the federal system that we offer, and they do from legal to counseling to everything under the sun that they offer services for our staff.
How long does it take for them to pay a bill? Because my daughter's been waiting forever and she's getting charges and charges. Been going on at least a year. Yes. How many times does it take for that?
Because it's not just necessarily us. A lot of times we're finding it's the outside entity too, where the purchase order has been sent multiple times. It's sometimes it gets stuck up at the FI, right, where the money happens and the payment happens, due to the entity didn't send the EOB, so the explanation of benefits every month.
Can't hear you.
Oh. She was just asking in regards to her daughter's bill has been out there for a long time and not getting paid. And so I had just said, has she brought it in? She said, yes. And I said, bring it in. How many times? Every time. And it does take a lot of times. I've experienced it myself. I know this. But again, some of those issues are not within IHS's walls. Some of those issues are on the outside entities, including the FI where the money happens, where the payment happens. And that is the part of holding them now accountable. We've gotten the goal to go forward and hold them accountable for doing what they've been contracted to do through IHS, because they handle all of ours.
So, internal problems as well that happen and why everybody has a record collection. So if you're holding them accountable and you're gonna say, well, it was their fault and that's why you're stuck with the collections, holding them accountable to get it written off of our collections, are you going to fix it that far?
Yes, so we have letters that go, the minute we receive your collection bill, whatever it is, we then contact that collection agency with a legal document that says you cannot do that. You need to immediately take them out of collections. So then we work with the outside entity and the collection agency to reverse that and get it out of collections. So now, with the remodel, there is a window that has a PRC representative at the window. And if you need to speak in private, we have all of our staff have outside doors where access is there for the patient to come in and sit down, consult, wait for them to look through everything and tell you what the status is.
And I go to your back, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Yes.
Everybody's stuff is getting sent to collections, ain't that a HIPAA violation?
No, for the fact that it's the outside agencies that are sending our patients to collections. It's legally, they're not to be sending our patients into collections. They have made an agreement with us of IHS that they are going to treat our patients, right? So legally, they've made that agreement, and they're not supposed to be sending bills. They're not supposed to say the patient is in self-pay. That's not supposed to be happening. It is happening, and that's just it. So that is headquarters. I mean, this last year, PRC has been their top dog throughout all of IHSS because they're all suffering with the same issues. And again, it's not just us, and I'm not here to make excuses because we have fallen significantly short within our own department, and I will own that, and I will absolutely admit 150% that we have fallen short in the past. And even, I mean, there are some that slip through, absolutely. But we are doing our best to get where we need to, and it's gonna take our time. It is. And the whole goal and intent is for our patients to stop going into collections and stop being sent to court because of the collections. We understand the impact it's having on our patients, and we are working very hard to fix the problems.
Lori Morales, and yes, I've dealt with the collection, and I only go to the clinic and only go to referral when the clinic tells me to. I've been in collection now, the bill from 2022 still hasn't been paid. So the collection agency, I told them, not helping me there. I said, send me a bill, yeah. So I finally did, and they said, that's from complete. I said, yeah, I bring in my bills every month, anytime I get one. I bring them in for other people. And I mean, since 2022, and I'm glad that you're gonna try and do something now. And dental, I'm an elder, and they keep saying yearly checkup. Last June, they said, here's due for a yearly checkup. Like, okay, made a payment, coming up in April, hopefully. And it's just hard to put up with all this, and I get frustrated because I have other medical issues. I don't even dare go get anything because I'm like, they're gonna deny this again? Am I gonna be in collection for more? So I basically popped out.
And that's exactly what we don't want for our patients. We don't want you missing essential appointments for specialty services that you need to be having. And again, I am very sorry that has happened to you. If you would bring it in.
Are you just kidding?
Okay. And is your name on the list?
Today, yeah.
You must go to all these people and get their bills paid.
You leave them a phone number and we'll reach back out to you.
And they bring us a bill to pay.
I got a question. Sorry if I missed anything. There was, the last time I was doing with Bill, and he had like 24 hours to hand in the bill, otherwise it wasn't going to be paid. Like you had to enforce your incident, right? Or was it, is there any way that that can be extended out so we're not under pressure to, you know, be responsible for the bill?
It depends. So there is certain criteria from the overall IHS manual that we do have to hold patients accountable. Elders happen to have 30 days where, I mean, we're not gonna, if it's 2 months and you are not letting us know that you were seen in an emergency room or something like that, we will go case by case and work with our patients. And we are not wanting to deny anybody anything. That is not what we're doing. That is not what our goal is for. But we do have strict guidelines and rules and regulations through IHS that we have to follow, and we have to follow them in a certain order, regardless if we agree with them or not. It's just simply through IHS. And the amount of time for informing for emergency room visit, all of those are.
Is there any way that you can extend that? Is there any possible way of extending that time frame?
For everybody?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
It's part of the IHS major manual.
But I was just asking, you know, if there's any way of trying to get that extended for people.
That I don't have.
Just one more.
Case by case on that, but not working on trying to get it extended.
I don't have the authority and power to be able to.
But you could bring it forth. You have authority or power, correct? You could say, hey, the people are asking me to see if I can do something. So he's asking, can you, are you willing to?
Oh, yeah, I'm willing to bring it up.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I sure can.
One other question. So how much is the CEO over at IHS making now?
I made $120,000. Is that all? That's what I made. $120,000. Yeah. I wish.
Yeah?
But no.
Quite a bit of dough though.
Yeah, for sure. That's
I think I always make it. I don't know.
So I am paid by the federal government. I'm not coming out of the tribal funds, just so that. Okay. Yeah, and it's for public information, and I have no shame in sharing. Yeah. But there is, but I took this role because I wanted to take this role, not because I had to. I'm doing this to serve our patients, and that's truly in our community members. That is what I'm doing in the role, and that is why I sought after it. It wasn't for the paycheck. It is there to do better for our patients, because at the time, I felt that we needed to do better.
My name is Stacy. I've waited for 2 years. I got a call from a surgeon today. They don't do surgery on my job, tell them. The clinic, my surgery. So I've been suffering 2 years. This is the 3rd year.
I just asked if I could get his information privately and not publicly, and he's declined, just so that I could look into that.
But you could see that somebody is waiting on that.
Is there anybody else?
Thank you. We have we have to have a resolution by a certain time here for IHS. Andrea, do you want to bring it up and let council know what we have to pass because it needs to be sent off to the grants?
So the Health Division is seeking an approval from the RBC to approve a grant application to IHS to provide housing facilities in order to recruit medical providers.
Council, it's a grant request, so.
And they're required to submit the resolution for the grant.
Any questions? Motion, anyone? Motion. Motion by Eugene. Second. Second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have Anna from the college. Anna.
My name is Anna Shepherd. I'm the president of White Ridge Tribal Community College. So I have something that I'll just bring up to you to give you an update because I want to be clear and concise with you. I do have to run. I have some paperwork, so I will not be taking questions after this unless it's from immediately up here. Just so you guys are aware of that, you can contact me, whether it's email or call. Spring semester started a couple of weeks ago. We are up from last semester. We're at 138 students, so we're excited about that. We continue to do recruitment and we're doing well on that one. Okay, the Higher Learning Commission Center comprehensive evaluation that occurred on October 28th and 29th. That was fabulous for us. This is the first time in history where we're not on probation and we're not on a focus visit. So this is huge for us. So we are 27 years old, so that is such a huge thing. So we're so excited. So we have other things that are going to go forward on that one. We have our COVID-HERF A2 construction project that is going on. That's been approved by the Department of Education for the phase 4 of the building to be completed by the end of December. Construction started in June. The completion of the project is expected to be completed in fall of 2025. We have lots of activity with this project. We're getting the roof finalized here, and we're starting to frame them inside, so it's starting to take shape. So we're excited about that one. And the lab construction project is still under construction. We'd hope to have it done before the start of spring semester. But the delay in awarding the project has delayed the project. It's getting further along with this project. We have plumbers and electricians working on this project. We hope to have it completed here in March, so just a few weeks away. We continue to seek out funding to pay for the trades building project. We'll be requesting a chief author to introduce our bill to the Minnesota legislative session this year to help pay for the entire bill. With the change in the legislators, this will be a harder task to receive dollars. We're also working to secure a grant to find this funding. Fresh Energy is working with the college to help navigate the Minnesota political arena during the session. We had a meeting with Senator Rod Kubik to inquire if he'd be willing to chief off of this bill. He has agreed to do that for us, so we're excited about that one. The Minnesota Office of Higher Education is holding initial conversations about a 3-year bachelor's degree. We will continue to follow this development. I anticipate this will have an impact on community colleges across the state. During the month of January, we've seen lots of issues, executive orders, memorandums, and temporary freezing of funds, and then the rescinding of that. The TCU has been impacted by Executive Order 14049. This was issued on January 20th. This is the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity. So basically, there's no dollars to this funds, but it will take away some of our leadership that we're going to have in the Department of Education. And also just to make sure that we're going to really look at that data. The decision to lift the spending freeze, however, does not mean executive orders are rescinded. What it appears to mean is that agencies no longer have an order or authority to withhold legal enacted funding. However, the executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion are still in effect. Agencies must still comply by the February 10th deadline to analyze the programs for whose purpose is described as either of those executive orders. We are aware of some of the programs administration will be analyzing that will impact WETCC. They are community extension programs under the Department of USDA. The Head Start Pathways program under the Department of Education, the chemistry grant under the NSF, and other programs that might be on that list. The college will continue to monitor these initiatives. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. The colleges. Any questions? Okay, next up we have the community council updates. First up, I'll call Callaway. Elbow Lake.
The community council had to leave, but they just had a couple updates of the events that they had. December, they had Toys for Tots and a Christmas party for families. January, they had their community council elections, it looks like. Lindsay Soring is the chairperson. Carla Soring is the secretary treasurer. Or no, she's the treasurer. Deanna Kralik Soring is the treasurer, or secretary, excuse me. And they were going to have bingo for books, but they rescheduled it due to the weather. They're looking at February, and February 8th, they're going to be cooking for the fishing derby.
Pretty much, Lord. Thank you. Next up is Iron Range. Iron Range. Manoman.
I'm trying to look. Just need to wash it in.
We can come back to you.
Oh, there's none for.
Nate Hawash. Hank Peter and Mike. Do you have a white shirt?
Hi, sorry.
One right there.
I'll talk to you too. in the land leased by the community council next to the school to be used for a solar project. Land office just needs the Pine Point Community Council minutes. Construction on the playground is completed. They're looking at, or they did the blessing of the powwow grounds, or the playground.
We can't hear it.
Let's see.
I just turned it back on.
Somebody stepped up. Must, when they come by here. Okay.
The community council held a cultural camp that went really well. 81 people registered. There was 8 different stations. They were asked if they could host a jingle dress workshop. This will be run by Julie Lemony and Edie Smith. This will take place for one of the cultural camps this winter. Blinder for circle costs because of the cost of $7,370.41 was asked if they could get the bid split. They did, and 3 window blinds were ordered. They got the bleachers complete within the powwow grounds, being stored at the demo derby site for now. Mike Swan tried to contact RTC about having a polling site at Pine Point. This was suggested by League of Women Voters. This was for the November election, for the state elections too. So, you know, that's one thing that trying to get more access to voting throughout the reservation for our tribal community is really important, and the council will continue to work on that. You know, that's always been a barrier. So, Halloween, they did a trunk or treater event, and Thanksgiving, they did a turkey bingo that was held. They had a big Christmas party and dinner also in December. So for funding, you know, the RTC helps the community council deposited $5,000 in their account. Housing has $10,000 for fiscal year. Donation committee, $3,000. Youth and Elder Fund donated $3,000. She mentioned that Indian Child Welfare also donates $1,000 to the community council. The other thing the community council does, they help with pictures at the Pine Point School, so they have $693 to help with that. They talk about the cultural camp, a jingle dress workshop will be in January. And then the other cultural camp will be in February. And let's see, elections are going to be held for 4 members of the council on Pine Point. So up for re-elections is Mike Swan, Pat Miller, Beth Robin, and Egani Berger. They're also working on First People Fund grant for $30,000 for drama camp. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, you know, they just kind of summarized that their events in December, also the Christmas party, the culture camp. So that's all of it. Big witch.
Thank you, Lily, for that report for Pine Point. Next up is Rice Lake.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit for Rice Lake. I work pretty closely with them, so they had some, you know, like I said, their Halloween stuff going on, but at the church, upcoming, I guess they're gonna have, you know, they usually give away Valentine's Day dinner for the elders, and then for the ones that are 18 to 54. You know, so they're gonna do quite a bit extra this year, they said, so we should be able to get that. I know, ENP is also doing a Valentine's Day, bingo on the 14th, so. And then, what else? They had something else. Oh, we still get, you know, some donations from a couple down in the metro area. They're here now, they said, I see you, but I'm busy. But I'll get them donations and bring it back down to the village, so. You got anything?
Do you? Well, I didn't know you had a report.
You stole my thunder. Okay, Robin and Kitty, I'm on the Rice Lake Community Council. In October, we had a hayride and haunted trail, handed out pumpkins and candy bags to families in District 1. In November, we had a turkey bingo for District 1 elders, and we gave away 40 turkeys and other prizes. In December, we had a ham dinner for the District 1 residents with giveaway of the Toys for Tots and other prizes. We've had many funerals in our community these past few months, but and I know the Rice Lake Community Council and others stay and help and clean up because we usually just kind of do a service down there and the family or everybody else leaves and they're stuck with putting up chairs, putting away food and doing other things. So I know the council really stays and helps and tries to keep our community center clean. And we also have, we have some bouncy houses down there that they rent out for birthday parties or other occasions and everything. It's kind of a fundraiser type project and stuff. So that's what's been going on in Rice Lake.
Next time be here too,
Thank you for that report. Next up is Wobbin.
Sending in the report.
Okay, McGuitch. Next up is Whiter.
So the community council recapped a couple events. October 2024, they held their first ever haunted walk. They did that down at the powwow grounds, in the campgrounds in the woods. They served cookies and the first 300 kids received trick or treat bags. There's approximately 300 plus that went through that. In November, they held a drawing for 15 Thanksgiving dinner baskets. December distributed toys for tots and gift cards for the community children. And that went really well. They have some upcoming events this summer. The third annual Sturgeon Moon Powwow will be held July 25th to the 27th. So the save the date posters will be going out. The arena directors and MCs have been secured. They'll also be hosting the community picnic on July 23rd from 4 to 6:30. That'll be at the new playground. They're also going to be holding a fireworks show to kick off the Sturgeon Moon Powwow on July 25th. It's scheduled. They're also having an Easter party, serving a meal. Party will be held on April 16th at the Whiter Community Center. They'll have games and pictures. The Easter Bunny will be there and a book giveaway. And that is all. Which?
Thank you, Laura Lee McGuitch, for that. All right, next up we have the Whiter Urban.
Hi, I'm Sherry from the Urban Council. In November, we had a Thanksgiving social with 90 people in attendance. And beginning of December, we brought 41 elders out on the bus for the Christmas party. And in December, towards the end, we had a Toys for Tots. There we serviced 86 families. There we served them lunch and had Santa Claus and elves and decorations. And then our next event on February 22nd, at which we're going to do a dinner and a bingo for gift cards for elders. But I do want to give a special thank you to Michael Rock because he's done more for the urban community since I've been on here than any other council since I've been enrolled in Whiter. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Okay, next up is we have old business. We have the Pine Point School Science Fair. And
So, Yoni Bruner, she works for the Pine Point School. She's putting together a science fair, and she's been working really hard, inviting the area schools. I know Mille Lacs, Red Lake, some other areas, and She started from scratch and she's got some donations, but she's looking for the RTC. They need about $3,000 more, so that's the request today.
Motion, huh?
Motion by Eugene,
Second.
second by Henry, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Larry. Next up, we have the food shelf for Easter.
New business.
New business. Andrea, do you have something on that? Or Lori?
Yeah, that's not your one. I don't believe Tim's here, but he's been, I think he's helping some elders out with the kind of homes today and doing some of the furniture in there and stuff and, fixing up a few things there. But, I sent you guys the housing board minutes. Did you guys, review those yet? It's in your email. It's the last page. Okay, so I'll just read it.
Eugene, is the food shelf, is that for Easter, is that a donation request or what is that?
No, I think it's just an update from the food shelf.
Agenda just to talk about the food shelf.
That's all.
Not here.
Always not here. But anyways, those housing board minutes, it says, Mike Rock, low rent unit, Mike Rock is asking BOC to convey the unit to him. BOC discussion needs to clarify if the unit was a mutual help unit or a low rent unit. Was verified that the unit was mutual help unit, but was conveyed to low rent stock. Concerns came up of pulling a unit from low rent stock and losing subsidies. Housing board motion to convey unit to Michael Rock, second by Frank. Our motion by Frank, second by Ralph. 2 silent, motion does not pass. There's a note on it to look into see if Whitehead Housing Authority changed policy to accept elected tribal officials as an essential service or family, I guess. So I feel like that's a clear violation. So can we pick back up on that motion? I guess I would just say I want to call a motion for Michael Rock to follow Housing Board Authority policy procedure. Like we said before, I brought up that they have concerns about funding, and that turned out to be true in the Housing Board minutes. So I'm gonna have a vote. Are we gonna act on this? Because the folks are, the people are saying like, it's not fair for him to be in there because he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars and you have homeless people. So you guys have the information now. Are we going to make a decision?
So one quick question. I did talk to the executive director, what's his name, Mike Heisler. And I asked him, I said, was there ever a resolution that said that a tribal council member couldn't be into tribal housing? But he said there's nothing, he didn't find anything. So then what it says there is it says that, as a public servant, by federal law, you are able to stay in that unit. But he said, we're checking to see, and this is still coming up, that they're checking to see if a tribal council, what the classifications of that is. So he told me he was looking that up. So I just wanted to add that comment. Thank you.
That was also last year, so. Council, are we going to act on this situation that the people have asked us to act on?
Well, we have a motion, so.
Is that true? Get a house free or what, bro? I didn't.
Tried to, he didn't though.
I didn't, no. I never said to convey it. I said to buy, I wanted to buy it. That's it.
The meeting minute says that you're asking to come to that.
I wasn't even there.
Well, this is what the meeting minutes say.
I wasn't even there.
Well, that's the same issue we have with you not posting the meeting minutes, because we don't know. So it says, Mike LaRock is asking the housing board to convey him a unit.
Minutes are not, nope, I never
The
said
minutes
that.
aren't correct.
Nope.
But these are the actual minutes that come from the housing board. So now you're saying,
You told me earlier that a housing board member brought that up, not me. You even said earlier that I wasn't there.
Yeah, but I reviewed the minutes now. That's what the minutes say.
Does the minute say I was there? Does there, with the people?
It says that you asked.
Does it say that I'm there as a fence?
Okay, well, it doesn't matter because, you're supposed to be upholding these policies and procedures and safeguarding our tribal land and property, and you're not.
The housing board is doing that.
And they derive their authority from who?
Nope.
Chairman, no, the body would.
Well, I'll ask for a motion, second.
Henry. Busy?
So when I checked with my housing board representative, they're new on there and they used to work at housing and they said that HUD accepts if you're a servant to the community, then you're eligible to remain in housing. I think we really need this clarified, is what I'm requesting. The housing board, we appoint people to go onto the housing board.
What is about the housing
Financial.
board?
So again, I mean, I can go to the housing board the next, next housing board meeting and find out myself too.
That's really sad to hear, Representative Erickson, because, I don't qualify for housing. I never did, even though that I take care of all my brothers. I never had that opportunity. And I would say that I feel like I'm a public servant to the community, but I don't hold a special title, but, I have a lot of community things. But I think that it's very, very unethical that we are supposed to represent the people and look out for their best interests. We have homeless people, and we have a tribal council member that is taking up housing. Those are supposed to be for our members, you know what I mean? And I don't know, I feel like this is very unethical, and if you guys don't see it, I don't know. I don't feel like you guys are upholding the Constitution that you're sworn to protect and uphold.
Motion failed. Okay, next up we have the ninth boxing event donation request. I'm not sure if that is.
That's gonna fail too,
That's a request came in from Christopher Holt. I help an assistant coach at his gym, so I think I should recuse myself from this request, but we do have a lot of Native kids over there that participate, and they're also going to be participating on this card. So, but I'm going to recuse myself from this request.
I have a quick comment on this one. So, I do, and it's factual information actually. So the last event that Representative Summers tried to have here, and we did agree to it, and we went to look at it. I got a call from the CEO at the casino here. And one of his vendors, or whoever was trying to put it on, received a $15,000 check and never put the event on. And now the vendor, or whoever the person, the promoter, will not answer his phone now. So I think we really need to look into that situation there, because
why didn't you bring it up when you knew about the issue in the first place then?
We didn't, it was a contract to go to the guy and put on an event, so you guys are not even listening.
You're the head CEO. You should have denied it then.
That falls on you.
That's all.
Why would I deny it when there's already a contract and he's the one that already voted for it?
You're the secretary treasurer. You handle all the funds for the tribe.
Just bring it up.
You handle all the contracts, Mike, but yeah, that guy ripped us off. And I told you that, yeah, I did. He ripped us off. He took your money and then he ran off. So that's a casino issue, because that was a contract between the casino. That wasn't a contract between me and this vendor, it was the casino and the vendor. So the casino has to follow the legal process. And you act like this doesn't happen to us all the time. How many contracts do we have out there that aren't getting fulfilled with architectures, all this stuff? We have contracts out there, so you act like this is
I guess I'm just saying it because, we're trying to go with another person, so we gotta make sure that we're all our ducks in a row. That's all.
I just excused myself from this because
it has nothing to do with you. You're saying it has to do with you, but it's a council decision.
You're throwing shade at me. It's not working. because I'm honest and you're not.
What's working? What's not working? I'm just informing them. No, I'm informing them that there was a contract before that somebody got away with $15,000 a month. And that was my responsibility. Are you done with the training? Are you done with the training?
I just want to bring that comment up. That's it.
Okay, so we have,
I will.
Tonight, boxing events donation request. Any more discussion on the council? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion.
So I guess where is ask for a donation, where is the event going on? Anybody?
It also seems like you're bullying. Not bullying, I'm just saying.
It says it's on
people-
May 17th.
We're looking at the.
Or it says 2024
It doesn't matter what I
also, so
said.
this
It
is
doesn't matter what,
last
like I said, hey, I would
year.
support that. It all depends on the body who
So did this actually come from
It
the
doesn't matter what I think, it
person
doesn't matter
asking,
whatever.
or did?
they pass
Who did it
something,
come
we have to
from? Who
uphold
made
it.
this
Doesn't matter what I think.
You suggested
He's in my housing board member.
Came from first, came from first. So is this on the reservation or where is it at?
I'm saying uphold the decision. Uphold the decision that was made by the housing board. Understand?
Yeah, but.
That's what I'm
Why are
asking.
you against it now when you're going to?
Representative Summer started.
It's still, it's just confusing.
Do you know where the
Like, doesn't
boxing
make
event
sense.
is?
Because it's my duty to.
I don't know where the
follow
event is, so it's hard.
policies.
I'm requesting more
Why would you tell them to make it?
Because, yeah.
no motion.
Definitely do your damn job if you're requesting more information. I'm tired of listening to that.
So it's one sheet with just some numbers. I don't.
Laura, it's everything.
It's your opinion.
Exactly.
It's like five
Make a
pages.
motion to table.
Motion by Michael Rock to table,
I'll second.
second by Laura Lee, all in favor?
Bye.
No.
No, by Henry.
I'm just asking where it is.
It's in here.
Motion to table.
Say word.
Does.
Okay, next up is the MCT debt request. Who is it?
Mr. Chairman? I want you to check the agenda real quick. I believe we skipped another new business item. No, we're not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we'll go back to the Tamarack AFA, I'm sorry. Andrew, you want to talk about that one? Great.
Not, oh, just do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, we have the divisional director,
Comparison for you.
Wider Natural Resources here. For questions. So, this is an AFA request in order to apply, through the Indian Self-Determination Education and Assistance Act. We need a tribal resolution approving our application, so this is a request for that. And, the AFA is for funding for us to request for control of Tamarack.
Good.
Motion.
Okay, council, any discussion or ask for motion? Motion by Mike,
I'll second.
second by Laura Lee, all in favor?
Aye.
So one comment on the resolution, it has 2024 also on it. That needs to be changed.
With the changes. We're all ayes still, guys.
To change it. Yep.
Okay, we wish. All right, next up is the MCT data request. Who is it?
We're not talking about that. Merlin Deegan.
Is Merlin here, or Laura, you want to talk to Merlin?
I don't know where you.
Andrea, I know it's for registry for.
It looks like, so I'm reading it right now, it looks like they're requesting an enrollment book, to do enrollment checks for law enforcement purposes. So just, comments on that, so like there's fraud going on in the DMV right now, and they want an enrollment book, so I don't know if we should approve this until that investigation is done. I'm not too sure. Why can't enrollments just do the verification like they do now, or?
Mr. Chairman, I'll get Merlin here in a minute. Rebecca? Yeah.
And I have at least land with a house on it. And I've never gotten a title for my house.
Bill by resolution.
And I don't know what property has to do with it.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, the other people that got these houses, they were given the titles to their houses.
You're talking about those,
And I was wondering what Robert Durant did with my title to my house since I never received it.
I'm not too sure, I wouldn't even, we'd have to talk to Howard. Are you talking about actual help home that they usually convey, like those homes, or a tax credit home that they were gonna convey to you or something like that, or?
Not exactly sure.
Okay.
Celeste, I've gotten a couple calls on this, and our legal is looking into it, how we can get you those titles, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our legal's
Nobody
looking at
ever.
it. Yep, but I am legal looking at it.
Oh,
Okay, we are looking into it, okay?
good. Good job. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, I'll see you.
He's our district representative.
So the request is for our DMV to get an updated enrollment or to check enrollment for the civil regulatory process.
One of the questions is that why don't you just go through enrollments? Well, you guys are open 24 hours, so enrollment.
Hear you.
Correct.
Say that, Marlo.
So we're 24/7, 365 facility here. We all know we have our dispatch, and so we need to verify that we have an updated enrollments for civil regulatory process.
Do you guys have a book now?
A jump drive. So we hit a jump drive and then we turn it back into enrollments, and it goes through enrollments. I believe that is the process for getting it to MPC, like last time, so we follow that process.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Is that a request that needs to be redone?
It needs to be redone. Okay, should we table this then?
Yeah, well,
Table this one, guys, so we'll get back to that. Motion to table?
Motion.
Motion by Eugene. Second by Laura Lee, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, next up is letter of concern.
Hi.
Still.
I'll call you when I get out of here.
So after having a chance to read through this, I do have a couple of recommendations to offer.
Okay, thanks.
RBC. You're wanting to hear those recommendations? So I know there's 3 categories, but I just wanted to start about where there's discussion about enrollments. And it would My recommendation would be to take that historical information and compile reports. Enrollments is really complex when you have the interplay between band and the MCT. And so as far as reviewing that and making policy decisions, I think it would be prudent to compile some reports. I think that that could be done internally, but would defer to the RBC on how to address that. Regarding the land office, it's my understanding that there's been a compliance officer hired, and that land is still working on completing their internal audit. I would recommend reviewing that audit report as soon as possible, and then that would give you an opportunity to determine whether a more in-depth inquiry should be completed based on what is determined by land. With regard to the DMV issues, it's my unconfirmed understanding that there was a clerical error. But again, I think that a more in-depth review would be helpful so that that could be reported back on. And then as far as the question about data, my recommendation would be to consider data practices legislation. So then it gives you an opportunity to that would give you an opportunity to weigh privacy concerns for individual members, but also address how you might want to handle other information. Right now, the bylaws, or I-65, really just addresses data as providing the audit under the Secretary Treasurer's responsibility, providing it for viewing purposes. And so as far as taking kind of the wealth of data that the band has and setting, what's available, how it might be available, it's a common practice for sovereign nations to do, whether it's like Freedom of Information Act for the federal government or data practices for state government. But it would just help as a guide and like a roadmap on how to address data. But it gives you an opportunity to weigh the concerns about releasing certain types of data or, who to release into. So those would be my recommendations. As far as any sort of inquiries, I would, again, defer to the RBC. Legal could certainly take on portions of that, working with the departments. Alternatively, third-party review could be done as well. But those are my recommendations.
Rich. Thank you, Andrea.
Mr. Chairman. So like in that letter of concern I brought up, I saw a lot of, when we discovered the fraud, we saw a really big increase in lakeshore lease transfers. That's something I think we should probably look into. That usually, that really doesn't happen too often, that people just want to give up their lake lot and transfer it to someone else, you know what I mean? It's really suspicious, so I think we should probably, look into that. And then I know we have some land stuff today, and I'm kind of looking towards, the land office needs to do an investigation because our people don't got nowhere to live, got land leases, and it's been proven that there's just non-natives that have been taking advantage of these leases and subleasing them out and posing as tribal members that were passed away, almost 20 years ago now. So I think we should probably hold off on all these, land stuff that needs approval until that investigation is done, because it's just going to be harder and harder to catch these folks and hold them accountable. I mean, look how hard it is to hold someone accountable here today. So.
So, do you think, one of the land issues, we came across that one, obviously, that was in May, it sounds like. I know the land office hired one person, but I mean, we all know there's quite a few home site and land sites, right? So would the leaders, or, you know, I would recommend maybe hiring a couple people to move this process along, because, I mean, we all know how spread out the res is, but, I mean, that would be my recommendation.
I think, I'm sorry if I interrupted or anything, but, you know, I think we should probably just hire a third party to do it, because, I mean, with the fraud going on with TMD, the enrollments, and then now the land office, I think we should probably just third party it out, because they've been working on that for a long time, and I've been following up with them, and then, they said they're only 10%, but they didn't even start their investigation in District 2 where the fraud began. They started in your district, in District 3. So, you know, this doesn't make sense, and it's really suspicious. And I feel like if we give it to a third party, they'll be able to tackle it faster, and we'll have results faster than tasking our staff that, you know, have to do day-to-day operations. You know what I mean? Just relieve them of that, and just let's hire a third party they can work with to figure this stuff out.
What would happen to the one person we already hired, though?
I mean, I think that should be a long-standing position even after the audit's done, so then we can continue to go out and do, you know, compliance checks throughout the year. I think that makes sense, but I think that we need to have a third party come in, because this has been a long time, and I'm not sure how far Secretary of the Rock got in on this investigation yet, so I haven't heard any updates or anything like that, so we let you know.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that, you know, Representative Summers keeps saying it's fraud when it's actually, with our legal terms, it's alleged fraud. That's why our legal recommended that we do an audit and we do a review, so it's alleged fraud.
The leaseholder died in 2006. That's fraud.
That's fraud.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer. And I feel like the way you've been acting through on this whole meeting is that you're too incompetent for your position.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Hey, Mike, can I say something? Covered under Article 13, equal say, equal protection, right? Aren't we the people afforded to make motion? No? Legal?
No, not in this setting.
Why?
It's not called a motion.
Not an RBC member. It's only the sitting council members that actually can act, like, just because we're sitting up here, we're not making motions, we're voting on it.
Okay. Well, if an individual tribal member approaches the RBC and they're making a request, how is that request granted? Is that got to go through a motion just between you? Or is that just something we're asking and you can blow us off?
What was the question again? Repeat the question.
For like me, Todd, I bring it, you know, I talk to constituents and then I bring it to the leaders and have discussion. That's the way I go about it. You know, sometimes unless people listen to me, you know, and sometimes not, I guess.
Well, at what point do the tribal members, you know, our rights being violated under Article 13, because we are supposed to be sharing in many things, right? Right? So at what point is it that we get the brakes put on people, get the brakes put on us, we're requesting things?
Where's that Anishinaabe honesty you preach about?
I mean, across the board, I had my rights violated big time from Mike, my shop being raided, you know? I mean, I think, see, what I was gonna ask was, why can't we open up the enrollment books just for the people like they used to be? Let the people read the enrollment books. Have access of looking at the enrollment books, because that is not private data. That should be open for the people to see, to review all their family blood. That should be open. And I would like to actually see some proof of you, Mike, see if you're actually really enrolled, bro. Okay. You know? Oh, that, yeah. No, I want to see the actual enrollment books. That's what I would like to see. I don't want to see your phone.
All right.
So I want to know, can me as a tribal member sit right here in front of you and ask you, can we open up the enrollment books? If one of you appreciate what I'm saying, you would say, hey, I'm going to make a motion based on behalf of what Todd just asked.
So I have an enrollment book, and there's a federal law on there that says I can't share any of that information with anybody, or else I'd go to prison. It's real odd because we should know who our tribal members are. But I mean, Secretary LaRocque is the president of the TEC. He can make something happen. I know he can.
But he won't.
Have a microphone in here.
I mean, Mike, why did you want to respond to that at all? Or would you be willing to share your enrollment information?
Here's the secretary treasurer, not the president of MCT, so I got the other hat on, so I'm not gonna answer that.
All right.
I mean, they used to be open, right? Am I right? What year did they stop that?
I asked the same thing. When was it open? Does anybody remember?
I remember when I was younger, it used to be open.
When my uncle was on the tribal council, they said he can go in the offices and look at them at that time. I think that was like in the 70s.
70s?
I'm gonna answer this, okay?
So now, what the TEC has is with enrollment books. You look at the enrollment request, it says tribal council member on the bottom of there. Any sitting tribal council member can get an enrollment book for constituent services. So when they back on their reservation, when people are asking for assistance and all that, they have to verify that, they're an enrolled member. Leech Lake does this, Whiter does not do this. I don't have an enrollment book. I don't know if these guys have an enrollment book. I don't. I rely on our enrollment division. If somebody comes up and wants assistance, I just tell my assistant, call down through enrollment, verify if they're enrolled. That's the way I do it. There is council members that can go to the MCT with a data request, but when they're told about it, when they get the book, like Eugene was told, is that you can't be using, that it's not public information. That's what they tell them. So that's all I know. That's I hopefully answered your question, but you know, I got to argue with that too.
Is there anybody on this paper that you're related to?
Yes, my brothers. Two of my brothers are on there.
Your brother?
Yeah, two of my brothers.
Who's that?
David and Ronald.
Oh, really? How come you're not on it?
I have no idea. That's a piece of paper. That's not even, I mean, is that even a legal document right there? So I'm not going to say anymore because I know I'm enrolled.
Trying to show off your phone is a legal document.
All
right, guys. Thank you.
Moving forward, we're going to go over the consent agenda. There's a few items, not a lot.
Well, Chairman, you had a.
We had a request come in for the elders to stay another night from the urban. Did that pass and everything?
No, but I was gonna ask the council if they want to do meals too.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can do meals and everything, but I think if we're gonna do all that, the folks here that came and took off, I think we should probably, let them, get paid, you know what I mean, for attending today, because we got a lot of good input from all of our tribal members. We got good input for IHS, for housing, all this good stuff, all this, we want to encourage our tribal members to stay involved in this political process, you know what I mean? So I think we should allow them to be here and not have to take PTO. So if I could have I'd like to call a motion for that.
So I guess I was gonna let Lori talk about it, and it's also not on the agenda, but
neither was the
policy. I know that if the council wants to change the policy, it's up to the council. And that's something that we'll have to put on the agenda the next meeting if we're going to allow this. But that's something that I'm recommending because right now it's in our handbook. So if we're going to do this, then we're going to violate our own handbook. So these are things I guess I always just want to mention to the employees here that if these are things in the future that we want to do, and I know part of it is that it's part of training, it's part of the 4-hour developmental training, part of the policy too. So something that I know that when we send out the memo, Lori, you can talk about this, that you have a mic.
Yeah, but Chairman, I mean, you're talking about upholding policy, and we disregarded housing policy. I'm just asking, like, the folks that showed up here, why do they have to take PTO or no pay when they're hardworking people that we have to serve? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, Chairman.
Well, you guys don't think, I mean.
So I did send a memo to all of the employees to say if they were going to be attending the RBC meeting, they would have to be on personal time off. There are 2 policies within the RBC handbook that do not address this actual question or concern. And the other thing is, it's very hard to know when you have a member here, which role they're here. Are they representing Whiters Nation, or are they speaking as a member and citizen? So that way we're able to know the difference, because if we have a member here that is in their active role as an employee and then makes comments or concerns, it could violate other areas in the policy handbook. So that clear direction on the difference between the 2 is very helpful. There was also questions from other folks to say, if we pay an employee to attend an RBC meeting, so that would be another question raised. So my recommendation is that if we're going to consider the policy change, then we should look at all impacts prior to. You go ahead.
Thank you, Lori, for that. And I know Eugene put a motion out there, so I'll ask for if there's a second.
Have a good night.
Excuse me, I got a question. All right. Eugene just asked the people, the council here, to help the people that come here from work and to get paid. Now, I was wondering, do you guys pay yourself for having this meeting? And like a per diem or whatever? You guys don't get them $300 each?
No, however, this pertains to the policy.
I know
it's our
it
personal
was
policy.
before. It ain't personal, it's open, look, everything's open here. There should be no closed meeting at all that affects us. But you guys are going against the law again.
I put the motion up.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, we just want to know, because you're not allowing your employees here, to come here to do their PTO or whatever they got. And he already made a motion for it. So.
Yes.
We just
put it up for
sorry if you guys don't get that 300, but I know the guys did before.
Motion fails.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Another concern I had was the social media policy. It seems like folks are threatened with that for liking some of the posts I put out there about, the corruption that I feel like is happening in White Earth, and they're engaging in that. And, people were getting phone calls from you, Chairman, and I don't think that's fair. And I feel like Article 13, equal rights, equal protections, we shouldn't be doing that. And I feel like that social media policy is also impeding on folks' freedom of speech and to express themselves. So I don't know, I feel like we should probably look into changing that too, if we're going to change the, the policy on our enrolled members that work for us to come here. Because what if they express like one of their concerns that one of the council members don't like, and then they try to enforce that social media policy on them? And that's why a lot of people aren't here today, is because they got that over their head. If they, if they say the wrong thing, wrong thing, they'll lose their employment. And I don't think that's right. I feel like our tribal members should have more protections.
Irma did that.
Okay, next up is the consent agenda.
I want to make one comment. I know the Human Resource Department is going through the employee handbook, but I also want to express my concern. Our employees, we don't it's not intent to not have them come here, but we also have to remember, we have elderly nutrition sites, our elders need to be fed, we have nursing, we have services that our elders rely on, so I just want to make that quick comment too. Anyway.
So, I want to make a comment.
You're just making excuses again.
So I'm an employee. I work for my PTO, but I'm also a concerned member. I've been fighting this fight since I was 10 years old. And freedom of speech is something that my dad died for. My dad is Dale Haynes. My brother is Savage Back. Everybody knows him. The congressmen, people in Washington, D.C. know him. Senator Roger Moore knows him. Could you please pay attention, because you're the one who has to do our employees. You're in charge of hire and fire.
Checking Facebook.
So anytime that I speak out, it comes from my heart. My son died 19 years ago, changed my life. Made me love everybody. Just like I said, when I came up here and I told Mike, read the thing. That's what we pay you guys for. But we don't pay you guys to shut us up over a Facebook rule or law, because we are employees, but we're also the membership. And I sat and I fought and I ran in the land is not for sale. Now that still affects us today. We fought against dictatorship. I was 10 years old, like I said. I've been on the Hill for 40 years, and I've been through every one of these council things. And I vote, and I take care of children, and our drums, and our culture, and everything. So I go on Facebook. I ain't scared to get fired and paid $16 an hour to clean 2 buildings. I ain't scared to get fired. So that little Facebook thing, that policy, my dad always said, if there's a policy that's there to hurt us, then get rid of it. It can be changed. But, just to shut us up, I won't shut up.
Yeah.
It's my right. I fought for that right. My dad died for that right.
All right, consent agenda. First up is the 2025 Coordinated Tribal Assistance Grant. Also in education, we have the Waban School District Impact Data Application. We have the Nitawash Community Charter School Impact Data Application. We have the child license renewals and variances. With the child care address change and number increase for WECCLC. For finance, we have the Whiter Child Care Community Basketball Court Certification and Substance Completion. We have the Whiter Health Department Behavioral Health Wing Remodelation, Awards and Resolution. With the COLA VA School 2425 revised amendment to number 2. For legal, we have the Tribal College Trades Education Facility Resolution. Also, we have the Whiter's Business Renewals for Star Mart and Ojibwe Builders and Supplies, LLC requests for Stevens Utility Services. We have a 2-year contract for a lobbyist. We have one that's an executive. Natural Resources, we have letter of support for Fish and Wildlife Service and Native American is philanthropy funding. With the FY Fuels Crew funding and resolution. With the letter of support for Fish and Wildlife Service, Native Americans in philanthropy. And also we have the CRP enrollment contract. And for ratifications, we have the DHS urgent request for expedited assistance housing setup. And that's it. Any questions or discussions, please?
The lobbyist contract, that is not an executive session, but I think we might have. Maybe we should probably move it there, because I don't know, I haven't seen that one yet, and I did request it on the email to be moved to executive session. Not the one that says executive session by it, but the one above it. That one I want to discuss in executive session, because I haven't seen the budget or anything for that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd also just like to say the letter of support for Fish and Wildlife Service, Native Americans in philanthropy.
was taken out of consent agenda, started the meeting and moved out to the agenda. So
Okay.
I had a lot of meetings get on.
Rich. Okay, asking for a motion to approve with the changes. Motion by Eugene.
Second.
Second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. I'd like to ask for a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Motion by Eugene. Second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I want to say big wish to everyone for coming today. You know, I know that, everyone, got to talk and, speak and
People you lie.
but tonight, remember tonight at 7 o'clock, the Walderice, roundup is coming tonight too, so if you want to hang around, this will be a good event for all, people in, sobriety. I think it's something that, should be a good thing.